he was gonna come. I'm gonna text him. Gina is out. But
She's out of town, right?
Gina's out of town.
Check in.
I'm just gonna get a, can we get a water maybe?
Check in. All right.
Let's do it.
All right. We're ready? Okay, here comes Dr. Reiniger. Let's give her a minute to get seated. All right, I am going to call to order our Policy and Audit Committee meeting. And at this time, I'm going to, it's been posted as required by statute, by the Texas Open Meetings Act. And I am going to go ahead and ask, I guess first, turn it over to Ricky Liao, who's one of the members on this committee, and you can ask for public comments. How's that?
Sure, that sounds like a plan.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. So are there any public comments for agenda topics today?
There are no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
Okay, thank you for that. So item 3 is to discuss recommended revisions to local policy BDB and DNA on first reading only. So we'll go over to Debbie Scoggin, please.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Committee Chair, Mr. Leal, members of the board, senior team, Dr. Corton, and audience. Item 3 of your Policy and Audit Committee meeting discuss recommended revisions to local policy BDB and DNA on first reading only. The first item is local policy BDB local, board, internal organization, and internal committees. In your packet, we included a revision to policy BDB. And administration recommends keeping this section of the standard committees and adding the newly created Finance and Planning Committee meeting, which is reflected in the second page or the second sample there of policy BDB. And you will see the standing committees that we already have in place and then adding Finance and Committee. So you see our Policy Audit Committee, Facilities Safety Committee, Benefits and Organization Development Committee, Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee, and then number 5, Finance and Planning Committee. So that would be the recommendation that administration would make regarding that particular policy. In addition, administration recommends adding the language that we see there in the 3rd and 4th paragraphs. These committees may include district personnel, and the president of the board and the superintendent shall be ex officio members of all board committees. And so you have 2 copies, one that has strike-throughs in it, in understanding committees, all in red, and so we recommend the second page, not that one, right? So we recommend the second page, which would be including keeping all of our committees and then adding number 5 that you see in blue under Finance and Planning Committee. So omitting the first sample and adopting the second would be our recommendation.
All right.
Local policy DNA local, that is the policy regarding our performance appraisal evaluation for teachers. And in this particular local policy, administration is recommending omitting the language, the information specific for teachers continuing in a teacher incentive allotment eligible assignment. So the information that we recommend omitting is already reflected in the TIA handbook that TEA has established and is on their website. And we recommend that we have all of our classroom teachers having the same opportunity for a less than annual evaluation by meeting the eligibility requirements that are listed in the section there titled less than annual eligibility. That way all of our teachers would have that same opportunity and we would not be differentiating.
All right. Is that it?
That would be it. Thank you.
Do we have any, oops, Ricky, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
No, you're doing a good job.
No,
Are there any questions on the policy changes? So we'll see these in the regular board meeting?
Yes, sir. We'll follow up at our next, at our regular board meeting.
may I ask one question? I'm sorry, I'm not being moving in quickly enough. On this DNA local, so are you saying that because it's in the TEA booklet, it's duplicative, or does by having it in our local policy, we're somehow excluding people?
So what we had initially in our policy was actually contradicting what TEA has established and included in their TIA handbook, and that is now also in our local handbook. So we've adopted the language straight from TEA, and so by omitting this information, we will have all of our teachers follow that same requirement in order to request a waiver and omit a evaluation, annual evaluation.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on policy changes? They're all good? Okay. Thank you, Debbie.
Yes, thank you.
I guess just one more question.
Yes, sir.
So, Debbie, can you,
Yes, sir.
I guess we don't have to, occasionally from time to time, the district has to create a public facilities corporation to do certain types of, things as far as, I remember over the years, either a bond or TRE and things like that. That's a separate situation that doesn't require, right, board policy to have a committee for that or an intermittent committee for that, is that right?
I believe so. I believe that would be separate and apart from these standing committees.
Right, and that's just something part and parcel that you have to do in order to do something official with regards to either a bond or a tax ratification election, things like that, right? Because I remember over the years, we've done that a couple times, had to convene a public, HCSD Public Facilities Corporation. I might be getting the name wrong, but something to that effect,
Yes, sir.
to do certain types of activities.
PAC, maybe?
No, it's a Public Facilities Corporation, but I think it has to do, Mr. Powers, you might remember that from time to time that the board has to do to create a separate, to do those different types of transactions
Yeah.
and things like that. But that's totally different than
Separate and apart,
separate
I
and
believe
apart,
so.
right.
I believe separate and
Talking
apart
about
from
like
the
a bond or
standing
something?
committees.
Yeah, it's like
Mhm.
occasionally we have to
Yeah.
convene a Public Facilities Corporation to do those certain types of transactions or whatever, but anyway.
They
But
have
that,
to be distinguished from the district and
The last time we met, Dr. Perez, was maybe 2 years ago, where we changed the banks on that public facility corporation. So we had to meet as a separate entity.
we changed what, I'm sorry, Raymond?
We changed the banks, the
bank.
depository bank,
Okay.
administrative bank for those
Okay.
public facility corporation. That was
Okay.
the last time we were
Okay.
met.
Got it,
Yes.
okay. But that's not a standing committee, so it doesn't have anything to do with this policy.
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 4, discussion of the 2023-24 independent financial audit. And we'll ask Mr. Raymond Mendoza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Leal, board members, Dr. Cortan. So with us is Mr. Matt Montemayor, audit partner with CRI, and he will present his independent audit report for the 23-24 fiscal year.
Well, thank you for that introduction, Raymond. Good afternoon, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent. My name is Matthew Montemayor. I'm an audit partner with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. And as Mr. Mendoza mentioned, I'm here today to present to you an overview of your annual comprehensive financial report. You should have either a PDF copy of the report that went out in the board packet last week or a bound copy of the report. It's a fairly large report, well over 200 pages. So what I've done is I've composed a PowerPoint presentation to highlight some of the information included in the report. I'll go over and cover our independent auditors' opinions that we have issued, as well as cover some financial information for the board and committee as well. As introduction, my name, Matthew Montemayor. I was the engagement partner on the audit. As the engagement partner, I'm responsible for overseeing all stages of the audit, and that includes the development of the audit plan, overseeing execution of the audit procedures, as well as reviewing field work and authorizing the final report prior to its issuance. I also have an audit manager with me, Samantha Atkinson, who's a CPA in our Harlingen office. She was responsible for directly supervising some of the staff that we had out here at field work. One thing I always like to point out is Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, part of our quality control process is we have what we call an engagement quality control reviewer. That is a separate partner, not associated with the engagement, that kind of serves as a separate set of eyes. They review selected work paper documentation. They also review the report for all the technical disclosures. And that's something that we've implemented just to ensure that you have a quality report that's being issued at the conclusion of your audit. This next slide just kind of provides an overview of your annual comprehensive financial report. Your district goes above and beyond the minimum requirements, and you present a comprehensive financial report. What makes it comprehensive is there are additional sections in the report, such as your transmittal letter and statistical section that covers a lot of information about the district. I won't touch on each of these components here, but I will discuss management's discussion and analysis. I always like to explain that to a board as that being, if you didn't have time to review the entire 200 pages of the report, if you just read your MD&A section, you would get a good understanding. It provides a good narrative overview in the entire report. It also provides financial information condensed for the district and all of its funds in a single presentation. It also covers fund level information and budgetary information as well. So management's discussion and analysis is a good section of the report to review. The other section I'll comment on is the stats section. That's the statistical section contains both financial and non-financial data. It has information such as 10-year history of things like fund balance or governmental expenditures or governmental revenues. So that's always a good section to look at if you kind of wanted to see, where the district was 10 years ago and where they're at today. So if it wasn't hard enough to pull all of those sections together with assistance from your finance department and the auditors, it's some credits due to your district, as you did receive the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for last year's report that was submitted. This goes to the GFOA, and what they do is they critique your report. They review it for selected disclosures and ensure that it's in accordance with GAAP and GASB standards. So your district was awarded the certificate last year, and the plan is to also submit your current 2024 report for receiving the award in the current year as well. Next, a little bit of an executive summary. So I always describe the audit process as consisting of two components. You have your financial statement audit, and you also have your audit of federal awards, what we call your single audit. So in your financial statement audit, obviously we're engaged by the board to audit the financial statements of the district and to provide an opinion whether or not your financial statements present fairly in all material respects, your financial condition. An audit is also designed to provide reasonable assurance and not absolute assurance. We do not look at every transaction that occurred during the year. We incorporate sampling and other analytical procedures as well. But we audit the governmental activities in each major fund and the aggregate remaining fund information of the district. So all funds are encompassed in the audit. The audit is also performed in accordance with government auditing standards. That's required just because you are. Next, I want to cover some of the reports issued. This year we did issue 3 reports. The first report that we issued is called our Independent Auditor's Report. That could be found on page 17 of your audit report that you have in front of you. In that report, we do provide an opinion on the fair presentation of the financial statements, and the opinion that we have issued is an unmodified opinion. You could consider that to be a clean opinion. It is one of the best opinions that you could receive as a result of the audit, something that you as a board would be wanting to receive and anticipating to receive, and also one that taxpayers of the community would be anticipating the district to receive as well. The next report that we've issued it's a long title. It's our Independent Auditor's Report on Internal Controls over Financial Reporting and Compliance and Other Matters in Accordance with Government Auditing Standards. That's a mouthful. But we call this our yellow book report because the standards are contained in a book that's yellow. So we paraphrase this and say this is our yellow book report. This report doesn't provide an opinion, but rather describes the scope and our results of our testing of internal controls and compliance with grants, laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements. So if we did identify any type of deficiencies in internal controls that we consider to be a material weakness or a significant deficiency, they would be included in this report in Yellow Book. We did have one deficiency that we included in this report, and we classified it as a significant deficiency over the district's financial statements. That information also could be found in your schedule of findings and question costs. We had a chance to discuss this with management during our exit conference, which time that we went over the corrective action, recommendations, and all of that is included in the summary schedule of findings and question costs. The third and final report that we've issued is our Independent Auditor's Report on Compliance with each major program that we audited. That's in accordance with the uniform guidance, as I mentioned earlier. In that report, we do provide an opinion over compliance, and the opinion that we have issued is an unmodified opinion as well, meaning that the district complied with the direct and material compliance requirements that are required in accordance with the uniform guidance. So some of the federal funds that you receive, there's certain compliance requirements you have to comply with, whether it be allowable activities, allowable costs, certain reporting, procurement that are enacted by the federal government, and we test for compliance with those requirements. And our testing disclosed no instances of noncompliance, and we issued an unmodified opinion over a single audit. All of this reports issued are summarized in detail in, like I mentioned earlier, the schedule of findings and question costs, and that schedule could be found on page 210 of your audit report. So if you wanted to have a summary of the reports that we've issued and any findings, if you went to page 210 and looked at the schedule of findings and question costs, you would receive all of this information. Next, I'm going to jump into a little bit of financial highlights, but before we get into the financial highlights, if there's any questions on any of the reports issued or the audit process? Nope, all right. Being none, I'm going to continue on to the financial information, and I'm going to go ahead and start with table 1, which is your net position summary. Your net position summary has information of the district's assets, deferred outflows of resources, liabilities, and deferred inflows of resources, and the difference between the two being net position. This information, it could be found on page 29 of the audit report. And I'm just going to point out a couple of the variances from prior year, and in the next couple of slides, I'll get into some of the detail of primarily what caused those variances. But you could see, total assets and deferred outflows of resources compared to last year, those decreased about $13.7 million. If you slid down and you looked at your liabilities, you'll see total liabilities and deferred inflows of resources also decreased about $4.6 million. And the net effect of that decrease in assets and that decrease in liabilities, your change in net position was roughly about $9.2 million. So let's go ahead and look into some of those reasons for the variances. So over time, the net position table can serve as an indicator of overall financial health. And as I mentioned, your total net position decreased $41 million to $31.8 million. Now, when I say net position, this is all of the district's funds and all the district's operations in one presentation, right? This is not one fund singled out. This is all of the funds at the government-wide level. That includes capital assets, long-term debt, and things of that nature. So net position decreased $9 million. Total assets and deferred outflows of resources, that decreased 13.7, as I mentioned before. Some of those factors are listed there in the bullet points. You had about a $10.4 million increase in capital assets. That's net of accumulated depreciation. You continued on with various construction activity throughout the district. I believe you were in, during the year, you had some roofing, some HVAC, and some fencing projects that were going on during 2024, if you recall those. And that contributed to an increase in your capital assets. Those costs get capitalized throughout the year. You also had purchases of vehicles and buses during the year, and those are capitalized as well. So as such, you had an increase in your capital asset activity. There was a $2.5 million decrease in current assets. That was primarily in cash and cash equivalents, right? As ESSER funds are nearing at the end, you're not able to draw down on those funds to get reimbursed for those expenditures, so those are coming out of some of your cash and cash equivalents. So that was the primary decrease in current assets. And then finally, you had about a $5.4 million increase in deferred outflows of resources related to pension and OPEB, and those are just based on actuarial assumptions related to your participation in a TRS pension plan. Now that we slid down and we looked at the total liabilities on the previous schedule, I mentioned they decreased $4.6 million. Overall, you had a $4.3 million decrease in current liabilities, and that was primarily related to liabilities due to other governments, and that's related to your final adjustments on your near final summary of finance. As your allotment changes throughout the year, and based on the payments you've received, if you've received more than what your final allotment is, you reflect it due to other governments, a liability for that. And that amount actually decreased from the previous year. You had a higher liability last year. Liabilities will also fluctuate based on whether or not the district issues new bonds or you issue new tax anticipation notes or notes payable. Throughout the year, there was no issuance of long-term debt. You continue to make payments on your existing bonds and long-term debt, as well as record amortization, and that amount was $8.4 million. So that decrease in long-term debt of $8.4 was offset by an increase of $4.9 million related to a financing agreement that you entered into at the end of the year for instructional related equipment. And then lastly, the total liabilities and deferred inflows related to TRS, that increased by $3.7 million. And again, that is based on actuarial assumptions that come from your TRS pension plan. And during the measurement period, there was decreases in net investment income, and that resulted in an increase in liabilities. I know it's a lot to digest, but if there's any questions, just feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to clarify any items. Table 3, this is your changes in net position. This is similar to an income statement. You can consider it. It has the total program revenues and general revenues of the district, as well as your total expenditures. You might have to squint to see this on the screen, but if, I'll just go ahead and point out that your total revenues were fairly flat to last year, 253 million compared to 251 million in 2024, and so you had about a decrease of $2.3 million in total revenues. Total expenditures, we're sitting at $260 million. Those are up from the previous year's $246 million. So about a roughly increase of $13.5 million in total expenditures at a government-wide level. That includes things like depreciation, it includes things like amortization, as well as pension expense and things of that nature. So if we looked both individually at revenues and expenditures, I put some bullet points here for some of the primary reasons for the fluctuations in revenues. If you recall, your property tax revenue decreased $9 million. Your compressed tax rate was at a reduced rate during 2024 compared to what it was at in 2023, as well as during 2024, there was an increase in your homestead exemptions, and that was a tax law that was enacted during the year. So increase in homestead exemptions resulted in less property tax revenue for 2024. You also had a decrease in operating and capital grants, $8.6 million, and that was primarily from the use of remaining ESSER funds, education stabilization funds. Those are coming to an end, those are running out, and during 2024, you had less operating and capital grants. That was all offset by an increase in state aid grants. So the first two bullet points are decreases in revenue. The last bullet point is an increase in revenue, and that was state aid grants of $15.4 million. So as you have less of a local fund assignment to fund the instruction of students, the state will give you additional state funds. And that is what we see here, $15.4 million increase. Total expenditures of governmental activities, those increased, as I mentioned earlier, $3.5 million, and those are primarily related to instructional expenses, increase about 5.1, and you also had increase in security and monitoring, as well as food service operations for a combined increase of $4.4 million. So that is a government-wide overview of both your net position table and your changes in net position table. These next two slides here have some information of the district's capital assets. As I mentioned earlier, you had some increased or continued activity related to some construction projects throughout the year, and you'll see down here at the very bottom of this table, capital assets. The district had about $242 million in total capital assets net of accumulated depreciation. That balance last year was $232 million. This schedule used to be smaller because it didn't normally have the bottom half portion, which is related to lease activity and subscription-based IT arrangements. Those were both accounting pronouncements that were issued in 2023 and 2022 that required the recognition of lease assets and subscription-based IT arrangements as assets as well. So those were new, but your district implemented that accounting pronouncement and continues to implement that accounting pronouncement and recognize those as part of your assets. Long-term debt, as I mentioned, you did not issue any bonds or any notes payable throughout the year. The only related liability, long-term liability that was found was the equipment financing arrangement that you entered into, and that was $4.8 million. You continue to pay down all of your existing bonds according to their schedules. Going forward, obviously the debt service expenditures are what get budgeted for at the fund level. So that does it for the government-wide analysis of all your district's finances. So now we're going to look at a little bit of the governmental fund financial statements, particularly the general fund, because that is where the district mainly operates, right? You operate at the fund level. You budget for things like property tax revenue, state aid grants, and so I always like to kind of overview that. And this slide just kind of provides in context, the government-wide financial statements provide information on current and long-term obligations, and the governmental fund reporting provides information on near-term inflow and outflow and balances of spendable resources, current financial resources. So particularly your general fund, these are balances for the year ended June 30th, 2024. You'll see your revenues were at $181.1 million. Expenditures, less other financing sources, was $204.4 million. So the net change in fund balance was $23.3 million. If you looked at last year's change in fund balance, you'll see last year's change was $7.4 million. And so your fund balance dropped more than what it did last year. Assigned and unassigned fund balance as the percentage of expenditures, you're seeing roughly 4.8%. Last year, that balance was 17%. Some of the most significant changes that contributed to the decrease in your fund balance was you had an increase of instructional expenditures of $11 million. That was primarily the result of payroll-related expenditures. Those expenditures were funded with ESSER funds in the prior year, and those are making their way back into the general fund during 2024. You also had an increase in Function 51, facility maintenance and operations, of about $3.6 million, and an increase in Function 34, transportation expense, of about $2.2 million, and Functions 52, security monitoring, at $927,000. So these are additional expenditures, some of which were budgeted throughout the year, and some that which exceeded your budget, and that was one of the results of the finding that we've issued with a significant deficiency. And lastly, I'm going to cover a little bit of the single audit. This will go quick because we only had one major program that we audited, which was the child nutrition cluster. This is your summary of independent auditors' results. That's the schedule of findings and question costs that summarizes the reports we've issued, and it will detail whether or not we had internal control findings or non-compliance. We did not identify any non-compliance. We did not identify any type of material weaknesses. However, we did report a significant deficiency. For your federal awards, we did not identify any material weaknesses or report any significant deficiencies related to internal controls over compliance. That's different from financial reporting. And then total federal funds, if you just kind of wanted to get a picture of how much do we have in federal funds this year compared to last year, you'll see this year you had about $59.6 million expended in federal programs compared to $71.9 million in 2023. And primarily those are some of those ESSER funds that are rolling off during the year. Final slide is our required communications. If you see in your packet that you have, we also issue a separate packet of required communications. Nothing unique to the district. We make these communications with any audit client. We're required by professional standards to make these communications. If we encountered any significant difficulties during the audit, we'd be required to communicate what those were. We did not encounter any significant difficulties, nor did we have any type of disagreements with management throughout the audit. Your audit report also contains various estimates. We've evaluated those estimates and determined they're reasonable in relation to your financial statements. Also in that separate packet is a list of posted audit adjustments, and those audit adjustments were either identified throughout audit procedures or provided by management during the course of the audit, and those adjustments have been posted to the district's books and reflected in your current financial statements. Last, the two comments are written representations. At the end of the audit, management has represented that they provided us all the information we needed to conduct the audit, and we also had some advisory comments that were advisory in nature, and we discussed with management during our exit conference as well. And that is what I have for overview of the audit report. I was hoping I'd got through these slides, and I don't know what my time was, but I was hoping it didn't take too long. And I know you have a long agenda coming up here pretty soon, so if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Any questions from board members? Dr. Pettis?
Sure. So Matt, you touched on it a couple different times without really, I think, unpacking it or going into it, but I do hope you would maybe do that right now. I know you said you had an exit meeting with management, talking about sort of the retrospective review of last year's budget. And again, for those in the audience here, I mean, obviously this is what this is, right? It's a retrospective review of last year's budget ending June 30th, right? So that's what our external audit is. And it's sort of a look back to see, to grade the district management and the district, financial, management of the fiscal management of the resources and see how did we do. You mentioned several times of our significant deficiency without going into it. I think given the fact that we spent our budget by 23.3 million, I think we maybe should talk about that and now, because the board wasn't there during that, during that meeting with management as far as that discussion. Could you just maybe briefly talk to that momentarily? That'd be great.
For sure, for sure. So if you have your audit report in PDF, if you went over to page 211 and you got down to that page number, you'll see that is the significant deficiency in internal control that we identified. And that significant deficiency, to your point, Dr. Pettis, is definitely over the budget process, right? We reported a significant deficiency over the budgetary process controls and expenditures in excess of your appropriations. So the board adopts a legally adopted budget for your general fund, your child nutrition operations, as well as your debt service fund. And one of our procedures is to evaluate whether or not you stayed within that budget. And when we evaluated the budget schedule, which is also included in your report, I'll give you that page number in just a second, we noticed various functional categories that were overspent. And so criteria is that internal control should be designed to effectively monitor the budget and ensure a legal level of budgetary control is followed and any necessary amendments are processed timely and sufficiently. You want to be sure you amend your budget throughout the year to account for those additional expenditures. While your budget was amended during the year, it wasn't amended sufficiently to cover those actual expenditures that you incurred. So you went over the budget. Also, the expenditures of the funds shall be under the direction of designated personnel as per board policy, and so who shall ensure that the funds are expended in accordance with the adopted budget. So that was a criteria we identified just based on understanding of internal controls, based on your board policy. And the condition that we found, I kind of touched on it, is that we identified several instances in which the district's budget exceeded the overall actual expenditures amounts in the general fund, or that the expenditures exceeded the overall budget. And so budget amendments were not made in a sufficient amount to cover these additional expenditures. So that's the nature, criteria, and the condition of the finding that we had related to the significant deficiency that I mentioned. Our recommendation is to, and what we visited with management on, is to continue to monitor the budget versus actual comparison, on a regular basis, right? Either that's monthly or that's quarterly. But you want to ensure that there's control over the expenditures and you review available budgets prior to approving purchase orders or incurring additional expenditures. You want to be sure that, you don't incur an expenditure and then after the fact go and amend your budget. You want to have that flow through. You want the budget to be there or the budget to be amended prior to approving those expenditures. And so that was the recommendation we made, and we discussed that with management, and they provided a corrective action plan which details this also on page 214, that they're going to revisit policies for monitoring the budget compliance procedures, and all activity will be monitored throughout the year, and any budget amendments necessary will be presented to the board for approval on an as-needed basis. So that was the corrective action plan. But I hope that goes into a little bit more detail for you, Mr. Pettis, and I apologize for that, but I agree, it's good to discuss that in detail in this setting with each and every board member.
No, absolutely, and I thank you for that. I just want to be absolutely clear that this was a failure of district management, and this, unfortunately, it's sort of like now, well after the fact, looking back, what I love that we're doing now as far as the, conversations with district leadership and now with our new finance and planning committee, that we've been on a monthly basis discussing things as we go. We're now sort of setting the internal controls, at least I know the district has the internal controls such that these things are being monitored, proactive, but being adjusted and monitored as you go, right? So on one hand, look at the revenues, look at which our biggest revenue is obviously, enrollment and attendance, right? So be able to look at that on a monthly basis, as I know our interim superintendent has and with the business office are doing now, with, basically looking at it from a standpoint of what revenue do we expect coming in, right? And then look at our budget on a monthly basis and say, okay, is it right? Are we spending, we can't spend over our budget, right? So looking at those expenses to make sure we're not only adjusting the budget to reflect the revenues coming in based on the attendance and based on the enrollment, but then also looking at our expenditures. And the important thing that it has to start right at the top, right? It has to start, leadership matters, and you have to have, there's one person with the authority and the responsibility and the, accountability, obviously, to direct the expenditures and to make sure that we maintain budget neutrality and that we spend within our budget, right? And so it starts with the soup and then goes down to, obviously, very important that it touches the senior team. Of course, the business office, that's your biggest help as a CEO of a district, your business office, but then the entirety of the senior team, but then also, all the directors, every principal, right? The principals are like mayors of small cities. They have a budget of their own. They have a lot of staff, and they have a lot of expenditures and everything else. And so I think now that sort of that proactive approach of leadership is there, and I'm really grateful for your leadership, Dr. Cortana, in terms of really setting us on the right path of really getting the budget, to reflect the enrollment and attendance we have, but then also day to day, not only you, but your senior team and the executive directors and all the principals to understand, and I know this is a work in progress, you're doing that now, to understand that we've got to work within the budget, right? 23.3 million is a huge hit, is a huge hit to the fund balance due to this failure of fiscal management. And it's unfortunate, but I think this could catapult us into much brighter days ahead with the right type of leadership and mentality at the top, and as far as taking the responsibility and taking this seriously and making sure that we are, right, not being irresponsible with taxpayer money. What I think is going to happen is, I think there's going to be a huge correction in public school finance and public school funding this next session, God willing. But that's the indications we've been given from our leaders and our state leaders, and we trust that they're going to do that. There's going to be a lot of other things they have to do, obviously, to run this massive, this huge state. I forget now, is it the 7th or 8th largest economy in the world? I forget, something like that. But it's a huge deal. So, but I do think that there's going to be a huge correction in public school funding that's going to help. And so that should be coming around the corner that can help us. But it starts with first spending the money that we have and not overspending our budget. And it starts with sort of just making sure that we're aligning all our resources to our strategic plan and doing the things we should be doing. And as we sort of tighten the belt and things like that, to do so in a manner that's kind of starting furthest away from the classrooms, obviously, because we feel so passionately about making sure we get this right for all of our students. And so I know that you've gone through this at different committee meetings already as far as your plans to sort of take the corrective actions to make sure we get back on track here. But so I do want to thank you and Raymond and your team and all your senior team for taking this, because again, this is a obligation and a responsibility of the district, right? We now, at the board level, have, I think, done something important with starting this finance and planning committee, and I want to thank Mr. Powers for his wisdom in that. I think this is where the board can really help provide that monthly oversight, and I think it's going to be hugely important. And we talked about at our last meeting that I hope these discussions can get more higher level and out of the weeds, because but I definitely think these are going to be very impactful and very helpful to help guide the work. I also feel, and we've met with our internal auditor, Nellie Ledesma, and I think Nellie is going to be a huge help for us, because the board has a huge resource at our disposal to really help us with the internal auditor that reports to the board. And we've asked her, and she's graciously agreed to really lean in to really help us with the necessary oversight. Because the last thing we want to do as a board is get into the weeds. And, we're here, we have an important governance, strategic thinking function, and we do have an oversight function as well. But if we take that oversight function and get into the weeds, then that's when things can get a little hairy. And as you all know, not only in this, in boards like school districts, but city boards and state boards and everything, the thing that always gets boards in trouble is the oversight piece. It's supposed to be nose in, fingers out, right? And that's where a lot of the boards get that wrong, right? And so we've got to keep our nose in, but our fingers out, and we will do that. And I think this Finance and Planning Committee on a monthly basis will allow us to really help in that regard, but maintaining our governance function and maintaining our role, because that's where you need us to be. Otherwise, things go awry. We need our leaders to be leaders and have supportive board, but not have a board that's in the weeds. And so we promise to do that, and I promise to do that. But I can't thank you enough, Dr. Cortan, for your corrective actions thus far. But I definitely wanted to get this, basically sort of out in the public, because we owe that to our taxpayers and to the voters and to the public community. This is a big deal. $23.3 million is a, I mean, it's a huge mistake. And so we want to do our part that we can do as a governing board to fix this going forward, so that it never happens again. So thank you for your presentation, sir. And I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bettis. Any other comments from board members?
First of all, Matt, thank you so much. On behalf of the board, we're not all here today, unfortunately, but I want to thank you as our external auditors, and working with our internal auditor, I want to thank you too for the information that you shared today. The findings in the report that you brought us, they indicate concerns with regard to the finances of this district and our finance department. And due to these concerns, including expenditures that were not discussed in detail with the board during the 23-24 school year, we are requesting that the interim superintendent take further action as deemed necessary and appropriate to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future. We expect our interim superintendent and administrators will work with the board to take these findings into consideration, to create internal controls and systems for financial oversight, for modification of allocations and expenditures to ensure that we are fiscally sound in the future. I do want to commend Dr. Cortan, her staff, Nellie, your staff, for the hard work and working with Matt. I want to thank you all working with us. The last couple of months have been pretty hectic in helping sort out all these issues. You all have been phenomenal, meeting with our staff, our administrators, our superintendent, our finance department, with members of the finance committee to help us all sort this out. We're very grateful for all that hard work, and we appreciate it, and we look forward. We're on the right path. No question about it. Like Dr. Pettis said, we got the solution. We're getting there, and we're in the right path. So thank you so much for your help in getting us there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Powers.
I think Dr. Cortan.
Yep.
Oh, good. If you don't mind,
Yes, please, Dr.
I'd
Reiniger.
just also like to express my thanks. And in addition to that, extend the thanks to really our community giving us the, some patience in trying to figure this out. It's a lot of information that was gone through. There's processes that we wanted to take so that we came to the accurate conclusions. I'm so proud of the fact that our, the management worked so closely and seamlessly with you to provide the information so that we could then have this report that's accurate. And we know that the community was waiting to hear, because we have an obligation to provide the accurate information, and so the time to do that was necessary. And so we're glad to be at this point, naming it, showing it, and now moving forward with correction. So I just wanted to extend my thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. And so I just want to say I agree with everything that colleagues have just said. What your firm has done for us is invaluable. This is the tough look that we needed and that tells the story. This is not a surprise to anybody here at the dais or anybody in management. We've been talking about it for months now, but it's there in report form now. And so I think that at the end of it all, your finding is dead on, and it's what we've been working on for months. And like Dr. Pettis said, there's nowhere to go but up from here. But I want to thank you, Mr. Montemayor, and Ms. Atkinson for your work and with our team. We have a fantastic team here in HCISD, and we want to encourage them to continue just the fantastic work that goes on here. And we're going to get it right on the financial side starting yesterday. And so it's going to go up from here. So thanks so much for the hard look, and let us know what we can do for you.
Yes, thank you.
Ricky?
Yes,
I didn't
sir.
have much more to add other than what you guys already said, but I just want to add my gratitude also to both the external and the internal team, because you're right, it was a huge team effort. And I just want to make sure that you know that we're all, and even the ones that aren't here, extremely grateful for the work you all put in here.
Thank you, Mr. Hymas. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So item 5 is to adjourn, so we'll conclude this committee meeting.
Mr. Leal, real quick.
Yes, please.
So I do want to say a huge thank you to Matt Montemayor and his team, and also all of our business office and our internal auditor. So as I'm listening to today's conversation, I think of two things: governance and operational. And as the interim superintendent, that's really my role, is to look at the operational, the day-to-day. What does that look like? I will also say that I'm particularly proud of how quickly we've been able to come in and have new internal controls and systems. Do we still have miles to go before we sleep? Absolutely. I think the other part of my reflection right now is that, just like our classroom teachers, we have benchmarks, we have different data points along the way, and they use real-time data to change their practices with instruction. I think of that concept, and I think of how that's transferring over now into our fiscal management. Because every month, on a monthly basis, we're looking at our two levers: attendance and average daily attendance and enrollment. And when we put those at the forefront, we can be more mindful about the decisions we make with expenditures. We can modify along the way, like I said, no different than a classroom teacher. So we're taking those practices and extending them into our boardroom. And I'll just say at the very end, our role is also, as a district administration, to look at the path moving forward. As we've been looking at all of this these last couple of months, our eye has always been on how do we move forward? What does that look like for the organization, and how do we support the entire organization? Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we don't have an interruption of services for students and employees. And so every month as we come back to you all at the Finances and Planning Committee meeting, we're going to bring in more governance and scale back on operational, just because those are two very different spaces. Absolutely need to keep you all in the loop and have great communication, but I'm also looking around the room, and I'm just going to say a huge thank you to our senior team, because as we've made modifications, we've all come together, sat around a table and said, okay, how do we get this done and continue to have over a century of the legacy that we do as a district and provide opportunities for our students? So just a huge thank you you were so thorough, Matt, and you answered questions and just did an excellent job. And so I just want to say thank you to you, and then thank you to the board for allowing us this time to sit and visit around this big topic, important topic, but no doubt we have a path moving forward, and I'm confident in the work that we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cortana. So next item is to adjourn and move on to the next piece of our meeting, which is a public hearing. So, Mr. Powers, got it.
Back to you. Yeah.
All right, let's move into the public hearing, please. Public hearing of the Board of Trustees will be held today, and I think everything's been posted as required by the Texas Open Meetings Act, so we'll call that meeting to order. We have any public comments or agenda topics?
There are no requests for public comments.
All right, thank you. So the public hearing for financial integrity rating, Systems of Texas, Mr. Raymond Mendoza, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, board members, Dr. Cortan. So we are required to have a public hearing on our financial integrity rating system of Texas for fiscal year 23-24. There are 21 indicators. Ms. Ambriz is going to help me with this particular item, and she'll present the 21 indicators for our district. and our score.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Corton, other members of the school board, and members of the audience. I will be doing a quick presentation to you on our financial integrity system of Texas, our first rating. Please note, this is our 2023-2024 ratings based on school year data, which is the previous year of 2022-2023. What is first? A financial accountability system for Texas school districts developed by TEA in response to Senate Bill 875 of the 76th Texas legislature in 1999. The primary goal of FIRST is to achieve quality performance in the management of school districts' financial resources. The Schools First accountability rating system assigns 1 of 4 financial accountability ratings to Texas school districts. A, superior, 90 to 100 points. B, above standard, 80 to 89 points. C, meet standard, 70 to 79 points. And F, substandard achievement, less than 70 points. Districts that received a substandard achievement must file a corrective action plan with TEA. 21 indicators were reviewed and ratings were assessed based on the response for each indicator. The following are the indicators along with a brief explanation of each indicator and our response. Indicator number 1 was the complete annual financial report, AFR, and data submitted to TA within 30 days of the November 27th or January 28th deadline, depending on the school district's fiscal year end date of June 30th or August 31st, respectively. This indicator is asking if we filed our audit report on time. Our answer was yes, we filed it prior to the deadline. Indicator number 2, was there an unmodified opinion in the annual financial report on the financial statements as a whole? Did the auditors give a clean opinion? Our answer was yes, we received an unmodified opinion. Indicator number 3, was the school district in compliance with the payment terms of all debt agreements at fiscal year end? This indicator is asking if we made timely bond payments. Our answer, yes, we are not in default on any of our bonds. Indicator number 4, did the district make timely payments to the Teachers Retirement System, TRS, Texas Workforce Commission, TWC, Internal Revenue Service, IRS, and other government agencies? This indicator wants to ensure that payments are made accordingly to the proper agency. Our answer is yes, all payments were made timely. Indicator number 5, was the total net position in the governmental activities column in the statement of net position greater than 0? Our answer, yes, it was $142.3 million. Indicator number 6, was the average change in assigned and unassigned fund balances over 3 years less than a 25% decrease, or did the current year's assigned and unassigned fund balance exceed 75 days of operational expenditures? This indicator wants to know if we have a decreasing fund balance. Our answer was yes, we have a negative 0.0714 change in fund balance. We passed this indicator. Indicator number 7, was the number of days of cash on hand and current investments in the general fund for the school district sufficient to cover operating expenditures, excluding facilities acquisition and construction? We have 84.34 days. The standard is greater than 90 days. The points awarded on this indicator was 8. Maximum is 10. Indicator number 8, was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district sufficient to cover short-term debt? Our ratio 1.9345. The standard is greater than 3. Points awarded here was 4. The maximum is 10. Indicator number 9, did the district's general fund revenues equal or exceed expenditures, excluding facilities acquisition and construction? If not, was the school district's number of days of cash on hand greater than or equal to 60 days? Our answer, yes. Points awarded, 10. Maximum is 10. Indicator number 10. This indicator is not being scored. Points awarded, 10. Indicator number 11. Was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the school district sufficient to support long-term solvency? If the school district's increase of students in membership over 5 years was 7% or more, then the school district automatically passes the indicator. Our answer, yes. Our percentage was 0.3324. Our standard, less than or equal to 1 or less. Points awarded, 10. Indicator number 12. What is the correlation between future debt requirements and the district's assessed property value? Our answer, 2.086. Standard is less than or equal to, 4. Points awarded, 10. Sorry. Indicator number 13. Was the school district's administrative cost ratio equal to or less than the threshold ratio? Our answer, negative 0.079%. The standard is less than or equal to 0.0855. The points awarded here was 10. Indicator number 14. Did the district not have a 15% decline in the students to staff ratio over 3 years? Our answer, negative 0.0348%. The standard is negative 0.15. Points awarded on this indicator was 10. Indicator number 15, this indicator is not being scored. Points awarded was 5. Indicator number 16, did the comparison of public education information management system, referred to as PIEMS, data to like information in the school district's AFR result in a total variance of less than 3% of all expenditures by function? If the school district fails indicator 16, the maximum points and highest rating that the school district may achieve is 89 points, which would be a B. Our answer equals exactly 3%. We pass this indicator. Indicator number 17, did the external independent auditor report that the AFR was free of any instances of material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting and compliance for local, state, or federal funds? The AICPA defines material weakness. If the district fails indicator 17, the maximum points and highest rating that the school district may receive is 79 points. Our answer, we had none. We passed this indicator. Indicator number 18, did the external independent auditor indicate the AFR was free of any instances of material noncompliance for grants, contracts, and laws related to local, state, or federal funds? The AICPA defines material noncompliance. Our answer, yes, we are in compliance. Points awarded, 10. Indicator number 19, did the school district post the required financial information on its website in accordance with government code, local government code, Texas Education Code, Texas Administrative Code, and other statutes and laws and rules that were in effect at the school district's fiscal year end? Our answer, we did post on the website. Points awarded was 5. Indicator number 20, did the district's administration and school board members discuss any changes and/or impact to local, state, and federal funding at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget? Our answer was yes. Pass the indicator. Indicator number 21, did the school district receive an adjustment repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year for an over-allocation of foundation school program funds because of financial hardship? Our answer was no. We passed this indicator. Determination of rating. Must pass critical indicators 1 through 4 to receive a passing rate. Based on our answers, indicators 1 through 4 were yes. Our overall score was 92. Our rating for the fiscal year 2023-2024 was an A, superior achievement. This next slide here is a comparative analysis since fiscal year 2014-2015. As you can see, over the last few years, last decade apparently, we have received an A or higher. Our required disclosures. We do have a slide in here on reimbursements to school board and superintendent. Includes fees paid by district on behalf of the school board. The majority of these expenses were reimbursements to school board members and the superintendent for travel related to conferences. And then our final disclosure, outside compensation by superintendent. Oh, sorry, that's not the final one. The superintendent did not receive compensation for outside the school district. Gifts of $250 or more to school board trustees, superintendent, and first-degree relatives. The school board and superintendent did not receive any gifts of $250 or more from any vendors. School district business transactions with school board members for fiscal year 2023. The school district did not conduct any business with our school board members. And this is the final disclosure that we need to meet for our first indicator, and this is a copy of our superintendent's contract, which is included in the packet that you have been provided. That concludes our presentation on the first rating. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board? All right, it's for 22, 23, and thank you. That's 19 years, I think, in a row of superior rating.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the hard work that you and your department have done. I really appreciate it. So that's a nice record that we've enjoyed, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's it. No comments? If there's nothing further, we'll go ahead and close this public hearing. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start our regular meeting. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. Perfect.
Texas. 3, 4. Oh, did we tell Nolan we're going to recognize him?
Go lift up, it's like, oh my.
I did not know this, but thank you.
Used to there being 4 people.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This meeting was posted as required by the Texas Open Meetings Records Act. We want to welcome all the people in the community that are here tonight and all of our students. The first item on the agenda is to establish a quorum, which we have. The second item,
2001 to 2008.
so the second item on the agenda tonight, we want to call special attention to our moment of silence. This past week, we had our former superintendent, Linda Wade, from 2001 to 2008. She passed away, so I'd ask everybody to keep her in your prayers, and let's dedicate this moment of silence to her. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. All right, the next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Tanya Garza.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and audience. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Adana Canales, a 12th grade student from Harlingen High School South. She is the daughter of proud parents, John and Jill Canales, and is a dedicated, high-achieving student who has earned a spot in the top 10 of her class for her strong academic performance. In addition to her studies, she is actively involved in her school at the National Honor Society, president of PTSA, or National Honor Society president, PTSA president, student advisory board secretary, and student council historian. She is also a member of the National Technical Honor Society, student athlete leadership team, Hawks for Christ, the Cotillion Club of Harlingen, varsity soccer, and varsity track and field. Wow, that was a lot, right? After graduation, she plans to attend the Mendoza College of Business at Notre Dame University, followed by law school. In the future, she aspires to become a successful attorney with a loving and faithful family. Please join me in welcoming Adana Canales.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Adana, that is quite a resume. I don't know, and you maintained superior grades. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment. And have you been to visit Notre Dame yet? Did you get to see Touchdown Jesus on the wall? I don't know how many of y'all know it, but there's a huge wall at Notre Dame, and there's a mosaic on the side, and it's Christ with his hands up, and all the Notre Dame people call that Touchdown Jesus because it faces the football stadium. So anyway, well, good luck to you. You're going to be extremely successful. Don't forget us down here in the valley. We need good lawyers, okay? Our legal community is kind of shrinking, and some of us are getting up there in age. I don't know some of the other guys, but anyway, we'll look forward to your success. Thank you. All right, the next thing on the item was we want to, yesterday was Veterans Day, and we're really proud of our district. We had like 11 presentations at different campuses throughout our district. And we had several veterans in our community and neighboring community come and attend. And we want to, thank everybody that participated. I want to thank our schools, our principals, and our ROTC programs because they did an amazing job, put on some incredible presentations. And but also tonight, we have on the board, we have 2 veterans that we want to recognize. We have Dr. Nolan Pettis, who's a Navy veteran, and Mr. Ricky Leal, who is an Air Force veteran. And so would you please stand up, guys? We want to recognize you. And Also, we want to recognize, I know we've got several veterans here tonight, and I'd like to ask you all to please stand up and let us recognize you. What we've got, whoa, no, don't sit down, please don't. We want you to come forward. We'd like to take a picture with you guys and Dr. Pettis and Ricky Leal to a special occasion tonight, and we really thank you for everything you guys do. I mean, our freedom is so important, and it's your efforts that has kept us that way, and we're in times where it's even more important. Thank you all again. It's so important. And the service, you know, yesterday was really cool. I went to one of the programs at Harlingen High School, and they had like 5 kids that are getting ready to join. They've already committed to go to the Marines, the Army, and the Navy. And it's quite a accomplishment. And it's, you know, it's so important today. You know, our world is changing, and it's our country and our men in the armed forces that keep us safe and provide safety really for so many countries in the world. So again, thank you veterans that are here for all you've done. The next item on the agenda is going to be recognition of Moses Avila Middle School band students for 2024 TMEA Honor Band State semifinalists and 2025 Music for All National Festival selection. Kara Hoflinger.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. It is with great pride that we get to recognize these exceptional group of students this evening. This particular group, the Vela Band, we've heard quite a bit with their famous jazz band, and we are so excited that it has now extended even further to the concert band, which is as a whole. This past summer, this particular group of students worked very hard, went above and beyond, and competed against all other double C middle school bands in the state of Texas, and they finished as the 2C state semifinalist, which equals to being the top 20 in the entire state of Texas out of thousands of middle school bands. So we are so excited about that level of excellence infiltrating the entire organization. The same group of students then also went to compete at the national level as well and was selected as one of the top 10 middle schools for the nation at the Music for All National Festival, which they will be attending over spring break. And so we are so excited. This would not be possible without the hard dedication of Ms. Erica Uribe, Philip De La Fuente, and Desi Limon, their directors, and the campus administration, the drive of the students, and the dedication of the parents as well. So I just want to say thank you to the parents for all that they are doing to further their students' education, because it is they are achieving such a high level. And so at this time, I would like to invite those directors and these students forward. I'd also like to invite the board and Dr. Corton to come down for recognition and pictures at this time. At this time, I'd also like to invite campus administration to come up for a picture. Parents, we're going to take a group picture, but feel free, after we take that group picture, to come on up and get yours as well.
All right, trying to get in the gap right here so that I can see you all. But smiles, everyone. You guys gotta see me. Try to get on the window. I'm like in a little gap between someone else. Big smiles, just like that. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, hold it there.
Parents, go for it.
Anybody wants to come up closer, please feel free.
Yeah, you need to get closer.
Students, we are so very proud of you. You continue to break the mold and be successful. Congratulations. I know it, but I don't think they're going to see it. We're going to recognize it.
Juan, don't let him leave because people, okay.
Wait, no,
Mr. Powers, may I make a comment?
Please, Dr. Reiniger, thank you.
So I feel like we need to say like the amazing, the fantastic Moises Vela Middle School Band is in the house.
That's
wow.
right,
That was so honored. Ms. Uribe, to all of our directors, incredible. Not just one time, multiple times, and not just one student, but a whole room full of talent. Thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you so much, directors, for your leadership. Incredible. The talent, the ability, the skills, the confidence that you are learning, not only in music, but how your prowess in music will infiltrate everything you do, your expectations for teams going forward, your mathematic abilities, your intelligence in so many aspects of your life, just it's unyielding. And if we're producing this many wonderfully prepared students in middle school, I can't wait to see what you do at the next level and beyond. I hope you always, always enjoy music and pass this on for generations, because we can just see the benefits to you. Take great pride. We take great pride in you. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Congratulations.
Mr. Powers,
Mr. Hymas?
I also want to congratulate you and just thank you for sharing your talent with the district and the community and the state. But I also want to thank the parents. I know some of you already stood up because you're taking photos, but if the parents or the families of these students can stand up and be recognized as well, because you guys are a big part of the equation in this success. So thank you all for your continued support of not just your students, but the band program at Bella and all the music programs at HCISD.
Powers.
Dr. Muniz?
Of course, congratulations to the students, but I also want to highlight the directors. Students and parents, you have no idea what they're doing in the morning, at lunch, in the afternoon, even after in the evening. They're going above and beyond. I see them. We get to see them. I'm sure you get to see them. Us board members also get to see them. Thank you guys for doing an amazing thing, because it comes from your heart. I see that it comes from your heart, and you're sharing that heart with all of these kids. It's an amazing thing that you guys are doing. So thank you, directors, so very much.
Mr. Leal?
I just want to add real quick, it's been said, but I also want to say thank you for your Veterans Day performance yesterday. It was getting a little dusty in the gym, just the way that y'all carried yourselves, and also the orchestra and the choir at Vela. Vela's got such an awesome tradition for music over the years, and y'all are part of that legacy. So thank you, keep it up, and I can't wait to see what happens in the future with each and every one of you. Congratulations.
Dr. Corton?
Sure. Well, first of all, glad to see you all in the house. It's just synonymous with wonderful band programs. When you hear Vela, you automatically think of a lot of wonderful things, one of those being our band program. But at band night, we spoke a little bit about the value of the lessons that you all are going to learn, because the reality is that collectively you all have to come together to create a beautiful piece of music. And if one of you is not where you need to be or sounding the way you need to sound, it kind of throws off that whole concept of the beautiful product at the end. What I have loved about watching our band programs and being at band night is that the lessons that you all are taking and the importance of working collectively as a team to create a beautiful product. Never, never underestimate that. Because for me, those are lessons you're going to take not just right now into high school, but those lessons you're going to take with you the rest of your life. So congratulations. I want to have a huge shout out to our administration that is always there to support them, and of course all of our band directors. And lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't deliver my own thank you to our parents, because it's hours and hours and hours, particularly at this age when they're not driving yet. It gets a little easier at high school sometimes. I don't know if the stress level goes down, but a little easier because you don't have to play Uber as much. But just a huge thank you for supporting your children in all of our programs. Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, our next item on the agenda tonight is recognition of Harlingen High School South Boys Water Polo Team, Harlingen High School South Boys Cross Country State Qualifier Athletes, and Harlingen High School Boys Cross Country State Qualifier Athletes. Coach Rod Davies.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Tonight, we're excited to recognize regional quarterfinalists for the Harlingen High School South Boys Water Polo Team. It's especially worth noting the boys advanced further than any Valley team this year. The team is coached by Hector Castaneda and Jerry Garza. Members of the board, if you'd please join us down front for a photo.
Okay.
Juan, if you'd pause for just 1 second. Parents, please take your opportunity to take a picture. Members of the board, if you would remain down front, please, as we prepare to recognize the Harlingen High School South Cross Country boys. Yeah, you guys just stay here.
Oh, we're staying?
Next up, we're recognizing our Harlingen South Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. It's a special note in the history of Harlingen High School South. We have never qualified a boy for the state cross country meet until this year. And our very first boy cross country state qualifier in cross country is Kai Sepulveda from Harlingen High School South. Coached by Nick Alfaro and Ariana Montalvo. Mr. Reyes, if you want to join us up front. Thank you. Please remain for comments. Members of the board, if you would just stay right there. We have one more group to recognize. Our Harlingen High School state qualifying cross-country team. The team had quite a year, finishing as META Champs Elite Division champions, 32 6A district champions, finished with a third place overall in Region 4, advancing to the state cross-country meet as a team, where they finished 14th. And individually, Zachary Lamar led the way, finishing 28th individually in the state of Texas in the Class 6A division. The team is coached by Efrain Ambriz, Adair Islas, and Edward Ramos. State qualifier, Zachary Lamar. State qualifier, Ubaldo Flores. State qualifier, Jalen Bravo. State qualifier, Mason Marroquin. State qualifier, Azariah Garzoria. State qualifier, Ryan Dandurin. And of course, our coaches, Coach Ambriz, Coach Islas, and Coach Ramos. Parents, please come forward for any photos. Mr. Amaya, can you come and get in the picture, please, sir? Building principal, Mr. Amaya, doing a great job. We could have all of our athletes remain for board comments.
Mr. Powers, a comment. Just wanted to express my just heartfelt congratulations to our cross-country performers. I know in Kai's situation, he's also a performer on the varsity basketball team too, and busy there. So congratulations. You guys make us just look so good. You bring such credit upon our city and our district, and it just credit to you guys and your families. It's just the definition of hard work. Cross country is how far? 5K? Is it? That's far. That's 3.2 miles more or less, and doing it on ground that's uneven, sometimes in the elements. I mean, you really learn to push through it. And I'll comment on our water polo team. This was my first year to be exposed to water polo, particularly on the girls' side with my daughter. You guys were just animals out there. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. The stuff that goes on under the water is rough. And you guys just pushed right through it. You worked well as a team. Your conditioning is off the charts. And that's not an accident. And let me tell you, when I showed up, when y'all won, I think that it was at the area championship, regional championship, against that San Antonio team. I was walking into the auditorium, and they were coming out, and the parents were real happy, but the players were real sad. And I was like, what happened? I don't understand it. Well, the South Hawks had just defeated them, and y'all weren't favored to win that game, but you did it, and you made us look so good. And then you competed in the next round, the fourth round of the playoffs. Just so hard, and I'm just so impressed with each and every one of you and the work that you've put in, and just congratulations for all the success that you've brought to our Harlingen is now known as a water polo town, and so that's a credit to our coaches. So keep it up, congratulations.
Dr. Cortan?
Sure. Never want to miss an opportunity to say thank you. Congratulations to all of you. Me, like Mr. Liao, I had never been to a water polo game. That is intense. First of all, I'm really impressed at just the physical fitness that you have to be on a water polo team. So congratulations to you all. And just like I mentioned earlier with our band students, there's a lot of value in what you all do. Arts and athletics are huge in our district simply because it gives you skills that you're going to take with you for the rest of your life. And as I think about athletics and the value that you have there, it's a lot of discipline, a lot of time. Before you get on a field or in a pool or on a track, it's hours and hours and hours of prep time. And so just a huge thank you to you all. Thank you to your parents and coaches. Thank you, because the work that our coaches do is just outstanding. We realize that you all sacrifice a lot of your own time with families to give back to our district, and that doesn't go unnoticed. So a huge thank you to all of you, and congratulations to all of our kids.
Dr. Muniz?
Quick notes, the water polo, we've only had it for 4 years, right? How long has the water polo team been around?
2 years as a pilot, and then I believe 3 seasons.
I mean, that's unbelievable to have such a great team. How many of you have been doing it for 4 years? 3 years? That's awesome. Congratulations, guys. As you mentioned, that's a tough sport. My 10-year-old loves it. I don't know how he does it. How you guys do that underwater, it's unbelievable. I want to point out our cross-country guy over here. Apparently there's some DNA, because we got Coach Quilantan in the audience here. If you can stand up, Coach, real quick. Yeah. Genetics must be a part of this, right? I mean, he was one of my coaches in football. Yeah. So recognize you and your son. Congratulations. Your grandson. And I'm also noticing a trend. I mean, I keep seeing Efrain, Ambri's coach, every year, man. Yeah. What are you doing? What's the secret? You won't tell us the secret, will you? Hard work. Congratulations to all you, every single one of you. Fantastic job. Keep up the amazing work.
Dr. Reiniger?
So I want to echo the praise and the congratulations to all of our coaches and our students, and of course the parents who have to put in the hours and the support as well. And I just want to put a plug in as for the students. As you are accomplishing these things, make sure you are putting these elements on your resumes. And think about how when you're writing essays, whether you go into the military or to college, that you're reflecting on the experiences, these successes. When you go into business opportunities and you're applying for jobs, use these platforms. They set you apart, right? other students didn't accomplish what you have accomplished. And so talk about that to just let everybody know how wonderful we already know you are. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, and congratulations. And we look forward to seeing where you guys go next year. So, I mean, maybe a state championship in the lineup, particularly with the programs and how short y'all been working on these. And Coach Ambrice, you're always up at the state finals, it seems like. And thank you all so much for all your hard work. And parents, thank you for all you do, because you all are a big part of this, helping and making it happen for our kids. It's amazing how, as I believe one of our board members talked about, the arts, the athletics, and everything that we do. And I mean, in athletics, we just excel in every category. And thank you for making our district look so good. The next item on our agenda is recognition of PTSA Students of the Month for November. Sylvia Gamboa, please.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, administration, and audience. This evening, we will recognize our November PTSA Students of the Month. Our students represent the PTSAs of Harlingen High School, Harlingen High School South, Harlingen Collegiate High School, and Harlingen School of Health Professions. We hope you enjoy.
Hi, my name is Sarah Caitlin Gutierrez, and I am a senior at Harlingen High School. This year, I am a part of Harlingen Cotillion Club. I am the senior class treasurer, student council parliamentarian, National Honor Society member, PTSA member, Rotary member, varsity Lady Cardinal basketball, athletic sports medicine trainer, Literacy Magazine Club member, American Auxiliary Bluebonnet Texas Girl State citizen. I am ranked top 10%, a participant of study abroad, and in the past, I was in Speech Drum and Debate, UIL, One Act State, and National Junior Honor Society. In my spare time, I like to spend my time volunteering, spending time with my friends and family, playing basketball, and traveling around, having new and different adventures. After I graduate high school, although I do not know where I am attending college yet, I will be majoring in kinesiology. Hi, my name is Mary Jo Hernandez, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School. This year, I am part of FFA, Student Council, Harlingen Cotillion Club, PTSA Vice President, and was previously on the HHS Varsity Cheer and Varsity Choir. On my free time, I like to connect with my animals, give back to the community, and cherish moments with friends and family. After high school, I plan on attending Tarleton State University and double majoring in ag education and embryology.
Hi, my name is Ali Villarreal. I am a senior at Harlingen High School South. This year, I am a member of PTSA, Student Council, host of Varsity Powerlifting, Harlingen Cotillion Club, Girl Scouts, Harlingen High School Dental Program, and Hearts for Christ. In my free time, I spend time with my friends and family. I plan to attend at UTRGV and major in biology.
Hi, my name is Robert Villarreal, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School South. This year, I play varsity football for the Hawks, and I am Vice President of PTSA, a member of National Honor Society, a member of National Technical Honor Society, a National Hispanic Scholar, a College Board Ambassador, and a Texas Boy Statesman. I'm in the top 1% of my class, and this summer I completed the West Point Student Leaders Experience in New York. In my spare time, I enjoy hanging out with family and friends, hunting, barbecuing, and attending Living Way Family Church. After graduation, I hope to attend West Point Military Academy to major in either legal studies or business administration and management.
Hi, my name is Andrea Mora, and I am a senior at Harlingen Collegiate High. This year, I am a part of National Honor Society as the historian. I'm a part of Student Council, Top 10, Yearbook, and Hope Squad. I am an ambassador for my school, the Aspiring Teacher Pathway, and a Rebel Ambassador. In addition, I am an all-star competitive cheerleader and work as a tumbling coach. In cheerleading, I have won 2 national titles and have been to the D2 Summit 4 times. In my free time, I like to spend time with my family and friends. After I graduate from high school, I will be attending UTRGV and major in Communication Sciences and Disorders.
Hi, my name is Abigail Serata, and I am a senior at Harlingen Collegiate High. This year, I am currently Vice President of NHS, the Treasurer of Yearbook, a PTSA member, and a member of the Harlingen Cotillion Club. I love to spend time with my family and friends and volunteer in my community. After I graduate, I am going to attend Texas A&M Corpus Christi and major in accounting and minor in business.
Hi, my name is Aliana Aguilar. I am a senior at Harlingen School of Health Professions. At HSHP, I am president of National Technical Honor Society, a member of Phoenix for Christ, a member of National Honor Society, a student of the Pharmacy Pathway, and I am a top 10 student. In my free time, I like to go shopping with my grandma and am a competitive gymnast and senior company level dancer. After graduation, I plan on attending Baylor University, where I will major in kinesiology to then pursue a job as a physical therapist.
Hi, my name is Catalina Corton, and I'm a senior at the Harlingen School of Health Professions. I am the president of the speech and debate team at HHS, as well as a member of the HHS One Act Play team. I'm also a member of the Harlingen Performing Arts Conservatory, as well as the secretary for class officers here at HSHP. I'm also a member of the National Honor Society, as well as the National Technical Honor Society. Here, I'm part of the Certified Medical Assistant Pathway here at HSHP, and I'm also a member of the Cotillion Club of Harlingen. In my spare time, I love to read and bake and hang out with my family, especially my little sister, Karina. After graduation, I would like to study biology at either Northwestern or University of Texas at Austin.
Congratulations to our Students of the Month. I'd also like to extend a round of applause for our students' family members joining us this evening. Family, can you please stand? We want to thank the Harlingen City Council PTA for celebrating our Students of the Month. On behalf of the organization, I'd like to invite Samantha Ortega, Mr. Powers, and Dr. Corton to come forward for photos with our students. Congratulations. Students, as I call your name, please come up to the front for a photo. From Harlingen High School, Meli Hernandez. From Harlingen High School South, Robert Villarreal. Harlingen High School South, Ali Villarreal. From the Harlingen School of Health Professions, Aliana Aguilar. And from Harlingen School of Health Professions, Carolina Cortan. At this time, we'd like to invite our Board of Trustees to come forward for a group photo with our students. Students, please stay behind after photos to allow our Board of Trustees the opportunity to share any comments or remarks. As well, at this time, we'd like to also invite our campus administration to come forward for photos.
Mr.
Dr.
Powers,
Reiniger.
I want to start. I want to say, there is just something so magical about watching those videos and feeling like we get to know a little bit more about you and all the interests that you have and your goals and your hopes. And, it's so incredible. And I love watching the parents watch the videos of their children and just how proud each and every family member is. This group in particular, the way you took advantage of so many things and you had so many interests, and it really just warms my heart to think that as a district, we're providing you a plate of options, and you can take advantage of them, and you can try a few things in certain years and then switch. I love that you have done that. Keep doing that. Life is about that, right? Like, try it. Try it. and keep learning and keep pushing yourselves. And so we cannot wait to see what you accomplish, and we can't wait to see how you continue to grow the next generation and make all of your your family so proud, and certainly us. Thank you so much for all you've done, and we just wish you the very best.
Thank you. Mr. Hymas.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Like Belinda said, this is one of my favorite recognitions always, because I like to hear what the plans are, right? I like to see what you guys, hear what it is that you guys want to do, where you want to go, how you want to impact others. But I think one of my favorite things of this recognition and the interviews, these videos that are done very well, is that our students are always very community-minded. And everybody, you guys always talk about the community. You recognize, you list your accomplishments, you thank the right people, your families, your friends, your teachers, but then you think about the community. And I want to thank you all for that, because that's such an important part of just being in any community. I hope that one day you guys go graduate, do great things, and then come back to Harlingen and impact this community. But whatever community you end up in, the fact that you're already thinking that way makes me happy, and just continue to think that, because the way you give back to your community, you're going to impact people you may not ever even meet, but you're going to make a big positive impact. And like everybody here says, yeah, we're very proud of you all for that. So thank you all for being you.
Mr. President.
Dr. Pettis?
So I'll just add on a few comments. So I recently heard something, from a new friend that I've met. His name is Jim Clifton, who's chairman of the Gallup. And you've probably heard the Gallup polls and things like that. His father actually was, you probably heard of another thing called the Clifton Strengths. And a lot of folks that go to college take this, and I encourage for the students here to take that Clifton Strengths thing, because then you kind of find out where your strengths are. And you're going to be much happier in life, and you're going to be much more successful if you stay in the strengths and keep building your strengths. I think so much of us, we're just focused on, let me fix what I can't do well. And while that's important, really, I think if you sort of spend more time building your strengths, you're going to end up, helping others a lot more. You're going to be able to do great things. So that's one thing. Second thing he says is about the idea of just, think about what is the best life you can imagine, right? And so for you students out there, just think about that, because you're the types of students that if you could just imagine it, you can make it happen. And then lastly, he talks about, what do you want to build, right? And think about that. I mean, we're builders in America, right? I think there's like project there. I think there's 1,250 unicorns companies out, in the world. 750 are in America. So we're very crafty and creative here in America. And so in this room, I think if you just think about what you want to build, it could be a nonprofit, it could be something working in a team within a organization like Google or whatever it is. But just think about what you want to build and what you want to create. You can do great things. And lastly, although I think it's always important to sort of think about, what the destination is and where you want to end up. So much of it is about just kind of staying where your feet are and just doing the right things like every day, the journey. So just be focused on that, making a difference every day to your family, to those around you, being in the moment, being where your feet are, doing great things. The journey, I can assure you, if you make the decisions and the right decisions every day, the journey is more important than the destination. The destination will come by virtue of just doing the right things on a daily basis. So congratulations on your success so far, but we're not going to see, this is not the last we're going to see of you, and hopefully some of y'all will be up here in this dais serving one of these days. We hope you come back to the Rio Grande Valley. There's so many great things happening here, but we need leaders like you guys to come back and help lead this area. So congratulations. God bless y'all. Best of luck.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Dr. Cortana?
Sure. Congratulations to you all. Thank you to your parents that supported you along the way. And so a couple of things before you leave HCISD. First of all, you always have a place to come back home to, always. That's the first thing. Secondly, as you jump into this new part of your life and this new phase of your life, a couple of things. I echo what Dr. Bettis said. You got to do what makes your heart sing. And so today, as you all are getting ready for almost the end of your first semester of your senior year, take time to enjoy that. But just know that as you go off, do what makes your heart sing. I promise you that that is the best advice that people have given me. Be true to yourselves. And lastly, I'll say 3 words. You are enough. A lot of times when we visit with our recent graduates and they come back home, they talk a little bit about how it's a very different space to be a freshman in college. But remember that you are enough. Do what makes your heart sing and come back home any chance you get. We want you to come back. We want you to experience all kinds of things, but always remember, like I said, there's always a place for you to come back home to. I hope to see you all at the Ag Farm, on your powerlifting journey, on a stage, everything. I look forward to seeing you all these last few months of your senior year. And parents, enjoy the last part of your senior year. Thank you for everything that y'all have done to support your kids, because we realize that this is quite a journey. So enjoy the evening, the rest of your evening, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much. All right, our next item on the agenda is recognition of Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, also known as FIRST Award. Raymond Mendoza.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan. So HCIZ has received an A rating by the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas for fiscal year 23-24. And I believe my colleagues are here to be recognized. Ms. Ida Ambriz in accounting, Director of Accounting. Mr. Jesus Saldivar, Federal Programs Director. Thomas Hopkins, Textbook Coordinator. Mr. Anguiano, Director of Purchasing as well. Ms. Martinez is not here, Director of Payroll as well.
So, Mr. Mendoza, I know you're the presenter, but you're also part of the team. So first of all, congratulations to all of our business office. And then secondly, I think it's time to take a photo. Yes, we'll all make our way to the stage with them.
You know, again, I want to reiterate, because we had a meeting before our regular board meeting tonight. This is 19 years in a row that they have received a superior A rating. And that's really incredible. Very, very few districts in existence can claim that. And it's your dedication year after year. What a great department y'all have. And you're so hardworking. And particularly lately, y'all been digging in to help on some other issues that we've had come up. And we really, such dedicated, hardworking people, and 19 straight years of an A superior rating. Thank you so much. Put my eyes back on. All right, the next one is going to be a really good one. Our principal's report from Dr. Fernando Reyes, the principal at Harlingen High School South.
Love the orange tie, sir.
Thank you. And I brought my fan club. I'm just not sure where Mr. Amaya went, but. Oh. Okay. Oh, well. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. President, board members, and Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. I'm honored to be here, and I'm excited to present on what I need to present on because I've been waiting for that invitation for a long time already. So thank you all for having me. So today I'm here to present about Harlingen High School South, and this is my principal's report to the Board of Trustees. As soon as we get that started, I don't know if.
He's working.
Okay, yeah, he's got it.
He was loading it.
Yeah, he was.
In the meantime, just say more about why you weren't invited before or something.
How long were you waiting?
How long were you waiting?
It's been 2.5 years, but nobody's counting.
But-
Nobody's counting.
Every month now.
Truthfully, I'm really excited to be here, and I thank the board. So lots to share. Actually, my biggest problem with the presentation was that I had too much on there, and they told me to cut it down to about half the time. So I'm going to do my best to cut it down. And I left a lot of stuff out because I'm really proud of my school, and I'm excited to present. So without further ado, I'm going to present today to the Board of Trustees about Harlingen High School South. So real quick demographics. Like I said, I do need to cut down on time, so I'm going to take it a little quick. But we sit at about 1567 students, 93.6% Hispanic. And I want to begin with our mission and vision because that's really the guiding anchor for the entire school. Our guiding anchor rests on our mission, on our vision, where all students graduate confident and excited about their future. And we aim to provide all students with an education of the first class. And it's not just something we say, it's something we mean and something we enact and something that we follow through with. And what I mean by education of the first class is that nobody's going to get a better education anywhere else. Money cannot buy you a better education. And that's a motto that my school lives by, my teachers live by. I'm real fortunate to have my department chairs here with me here today and my administrative team because I lean on them a whole lot. It makes me feel good that they're here today because I know they believe in what we're doing. But our instructional philosophy, our practices center around the read, write, think philosophy. The read, write, think philosophy is a state of mind. It's a mentality to where every classroom focuses on reading, writing, and thinking deeply about their subject areas. Because I tell kids all the time on the announcements and in person, and I tell parents that if you can read, write, and think critically about the subjects you're in today, you could do anything in life. You could become a medical doctor, you could become a lawyer, you could become a dentist, you could become a teacher, you could become a principal, you could become a board member. And so I always encourage my kids, and the kids in the hallways say it all the time. They're like, sir, first class education, read, write, think. And you can tell it's taken root because we started this initiative about maybe 4 years ago, and we haven't let it go. Every classroom at any given time is always focused on the read, write, think model of education, which really gives a lot of academic freedom, but at the same time, it provides a first-class education to kids. So really appreciate the way we handle that. So with our mission and vision and the instructional philosophy leads to our goals. How do we make our goals? That's all made from the campus goals, and the campus goals translate to the teacher goals. So we have 4 primary campus goals. Our first goal is to increase the cumulative percentage of EOC passing for approaches, meets, and masters. We always look for a year-over-year increase. And minus COVID, we've always had it, a year-over-year increase. We did have a slight dip during that pandemic time, but that was to be expected. But even after that, we came back swinging, and we've been growing year after year. We're real proud of that. Our second goal is to increase the percentage of CCMR graduates. We're currently at a 92%, which we're very proud of that 92% because it's kids walking away with real certificates that give them abilities to get jobs after high school. So when a kid walks out with a level 1 certificate in welding or air conditioning, or, those are opportunities for kids to succeed. Even if it's a certification in computer programming, that's going to be a stackable credential that they could take with them to college. So I'm very proud of what we do there for CCMR as a high school. And this year we're looking for about 95% to our kids to grow. And then next is we want to increase our attendance rate because we know time on task predicts performance. You read it in the research all the time. You know that the more time that kids spend reading, writing, and thinking, the more likely they are to succeed in anything they do in life, on STAR tests, on SAT tests, on really anything you're talking about. So we aim to meaningfully engage. It's not just about getting the attendance rate, it's to meaningfully engage kids, and that's why I got a great team over here that helps me meaningfully engage them. And our last goal for as a campus is for our EB students to increase proficiency from a 38% to a 40%. And we're real proud. We're one of the few secondary schools few comprehensive high schools across the Rio Grande Valley that are able to get the TELPUS kids to grow at the minimum standard set up by TEA. It may sound like a minimum standard, but it's pretty hard to get because not a lot of high schools get it. So the fact that we get it, we're very proud of that. So like I said, our goals operate on a first-class mindset. And our instructional practices is centered on a lot of things, and our entire campus operates the same way. But the number one contributing factor that really guides our instruction is the read, write, think mentality. And like I said, and I've already honed in on that in every classroom at Harlingen South, we operate with the read, write, think mentality, which means that kids think deeply about their subject, they read deeply about their subject, and research shows reading is the number one thing you can do to increase cognitive ability. And so why aren't we doing more of it? And so we've been on a mission to increase that here at Harlingen South. Next thing is every minute matters. That means that, yes, we're focused on getting kids to Saturday academies, Saturday tutorials, and that's great, but we're also going to capitalize on every minute we have available to us in the classroom. And my teachers could testify to that because anytime we have a visitor, I tell the visitors, pick a room, any room, I don't care which room, because all the rooms are providing a first-class education. And then the third thing is always beginning with the end in mind. We have our campus goals, then we have our department goals, we have our teacher goals, and it goes all the way down to our daily goals. We have to have an objective every single day that you can accomplish in that one single class period. So we're very persistent about that. And then last but not least, we look for engagement. There's a lot of different strategies, but our main strategy for engagement is definitely cold calling kids in the middle of the presentation, calling them by name, making sure they're paying attention, and adjusting our instruction accordingly. We're real big on data. This is our data room. I like to refer to it as our war room, but it's a bunch of whiteboards with data on it, and it really allows me to have a pulse. I'll walk in at any given time, at any given day, and I want to know how my school's doing. I can walk into that room and just look at the board, and the board tells me, and it's got an assessment that's occurred within the last 2 or 3 weeks, and it tells me how we're doing on scores. And I'm very proud of that data room because, again, we need real-time information. One benchmark a semester is not enough. It's good, but it's not enough. So we focus on making sure that we have real-time data all the time. So what does this mean as far as outcomes? So I've compared us to the regional service centers. You know, the state's divided into 20 regional service centers. I've compared us to the 20 regional service centers, and we do have, most high schools have 5 groups of first-time testers. Unfortunately, mine does not. That's just the way it was designed. I have 2 groups of first-time testers. And so in my 2 groups, my first group is Star English 2. And my Star English 2, I have, my students have an average scale score, and I highlighted it for you, of a 4165. Which is 82% approaches, 68% meets, and 8% masters, which means I have a component score of 52.7. And of course, when you compare that to all the regional service centers across the state of Texas, you can see that we're number 1, that we do have a very high average scale score, which means that the read, write, think model works. When you compare us to our regional service center, which is Region 1 has an average scale score, I highlighted it there for you, of 40.44, and their component scores of 44.3. So again, I tell my kids all the time that my goal is to make sure that my kids walk out of there at the front of the line of opportunity, because they're going to compete. They're going to compete for spots in law school, they're going to compete for spots in dental school, medical school, master's program, doctorate programs, and I want my kids to win. And so how do I do that? Well, I built their fluency. Next thing is U.S. history. My school has a composite, an average scale score of 43.2 with a component score of 70.7. As you can see, Region 1 ranks as number 18 with an average scale score of 4175 and a component score of 62. Now, I do have 3 groups of first-time testers. My first-time testers sit at Cano, so they don't count for me, unfortunately. But when you compare my retesters to retesters, man, we battle because we want to make sure our retesters are successful. That's all we get, and we prepare them. So when you compare my retesters, you notice the student group says here retested. It's only retested kids. My group for English 1 is a 3667 with a component score of 16.7. Part of that is because Cano does so well on English 1, so what they do send is a very, very small group of kids. And so I do have a 16.7% component score. As you can see, the Regional Service Center for retesters averages a 13 component score with an average scale score of 3613. For STAR biology retesters, we are at a component score of 22.3, which is way above the state average. And you can tell Region 1 sits at a component score of 19.7 with average scale score of 3585. And last but not least, our algebra retesters, our average scale score is 3,600, which is very impressive because it rivals that of first-time testers. And I only have retesters, but my retesters in algebra compete, and probably just as well as a whole bunch of first-timer groups, which is really impressive. We have a component score of 21.7, whereas the Region 1 Educational Service Center has an average score of 15.3. So again, really proud of my kids and the way they perform, but it really comes down to a whole lot of teamwork. I want to show you a little bit of culture and climate data. Culture and climate data is important because I believe in the leadership philosophy of Harlingen CISD, which is, a commitment to excellence, but also a heart for people. So we got to have fun while we're doing it, laugh along the way. And so one of the first things that we're proud of is last year in the UIL Lone Star Cup standings, in 5A classification, we were number 23 in the state of Texas and number 1 in the Rio Grande Valley. So what does that mean? Well, the Lone Star Cup, as Coach Davies can explain to you, is the composite ratings in UIL academics, UIL athletics, and UIL arts. And so when they sum up those championships, and I think Coach Davies spoke about that at a prior meeting, but I'm real proud of the fact that my school's number 1 in the Rio Grande Valley when it comes to the Lone Star Cup, because that's a big accomplishment. Secondly, it's Time Texas. The last 4 years, we've been the highest contributing campus in ACISD because, like I said, my campus likes to compete. We always get the most points. We don't have the most staff, but we do get the most points. And we end up with and it's a fun little game. We like to compete. That's just the way I'm built. And so let's have fun with it. If we're going to play, let's play. So, and then of course, and then on the school progress domain, domain 2, we're the only secondary traditional campus in ACISD that moved forward in A in the school progress domain, which I'm very, very proud of. And we did move forward in A in the college, career, and military readiness, which is a big combination of the efforts between counselors, English teachers, math teachers, and CTE teachers. And again, especially in this climate where they took away Google Analytics and all the the basket weaving certifications, now we have we still stayed in the 90s, and I'm very, very proud of that because it's not the narrative everywhere else. And then, of course, I have a monthly parent and principal coffee, and I do that because I love talking to parents, and I want to make sure that they're always available to me, and if they have any problems with anything, I want to make sure that they have an opportunity. So on my weekly parent newsletter, I always invite them and I let them know the whole schedule. I'm like, hey, come talk to me about anything you want. And then, of course, I always present to them about things they need to know about. What would I want to know about as a parent? Well, I'd want to know about, college exams, AP exams, SAT, college admission processes, things like that. And I get nothing but great feedback from the parents. As you can tell, my parent fan clubs that come meet with me pretty regularly. I think on average I have 6 or 7 parents, but the fact that they come regularly is a great thing for me. I also do monthly SBDM meetings, even though it's not required to do a monthly. SBDM means site-based decision making, and it's a group of teachers, community members, business leaders, and parents that come meet with me on a monthly basis, just so I keep tabs on the community and know what's going on at any given time. I also had my SACS accreditation survey results, and my average score for the entire survey was 4.5, and it's on a Likert scale where 5 is highly agree and 1 is highly disagree. My average score was a 4.5, and Tanya told me not to take too long here, so I'm just going to point out one that says our school has a continuous improvement. I'm sorry, number 2. It says our school leaders expect staff members to hold all students to high academic standards, 4.63. We're working on that because we know that, it's rigorous out there in college, so we want to make sure that we're matching that level of rigor at Harlingen High School South. And again, nothing subs hard work. We started the attendance trophy a few years back, and we award the trophy every 6 weeks, or the senior team does, and I don't think I've ever not won that trophy. At the end of the day, nothing subs hard work, and but I have a lot of people to thank, beginning with the Board of Trustees, because sitting in this role for the amount of time that I've sat in it, I recognize the importance of support, and I know exactly what the word support means. And the fact that I have such a caring board that cares about kids, that cares about the community, and that cares about, the city and the way we perform, that means a whole lot to me, because, I always go back to McCraven's saying that, can you stand before the long green table? And so whenever I put myself in a situation where I got to make a tough decision, I place myself in this situation right here. Can I explain myself to the board? And then that gives me my guiding answer, and I move forward with that. So can you place yourself in front of the long green table? And then, of course, I want to thank the senior team, because their help is invaluable. Tanya, you've been a whole lot of help, and of course, Ms. Scoggin also. And of course, Dr. Corton, thank you so much for your guidance. It's been invaluable so far. Thank you so much for all your help. And then, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my team. I got all my wonderful department chairs here. I'm going to name them all. I have Mr. Marcos, because they're just wonderful. I lean on them a lot. None of this is because of me. because at the end of the day, one of my teachers was giving a lecture to kids when I was doing a walkthrough, and he says, I'm like George Washington. I'm like, oh, okay, great. He's like, yeah, he counted on his leaders, right? I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's good, right? So, so I got Marcos Almanza, CTE chair. I got Jesse Mata, science chair. Rhonda McKinney, my special education chair. Mrs. Rogers, my Lotus and Fine Art chair. Mrs. Melissa Aguirre, my math chair. Crystal Gracia, my instructional coach. Mr. Christopher Gracia, the assistant principal. Mrs. Dalia Moore, my assistant principal, and Mr. Robert Ubino, my assistant principal. A little short-staffed, but this team is incredible, and I lean on them a whole lot. So thank you all so much for having me.
Doctor?
Go ahead, Dr. Pettis.
Doctor, I have a couple questions for you, sir. First of all, very humble one you are about all you've accomplished. No, thank you for sharing all the wonderful things you and your team have done there. It is, I think, you mentioned it with your Lone Star Cup. Is it Lone Star Cup? Is that I get it right? Lone Star, is it Cup or whatever it is? Star Cup, but that's pretty impressive. I mean, you know, really, I mean, I wish we would get the news out more about that, because that's a big deal. And you know, when we have such well-rounded and successful students there because of the culture that y'all have created, and that to allow them to succeed in so many different areas, you know, academically, arts, and music, and of course athletics. And so it's pretty incredible. So keep that up. Really proud of that. I guess if I had to ask you just one question, I wanted to kind of maybe high-level brief, because Tanya, I know, is cutting us on time over here.
Yes, she is.
She's really keeping tabs of everything. I want to get your opinion on how do you see the dynamics between, you know, our freshman academy, our Kano Academy, and the high schools, the comprehensive high schools, because I mean, you and HHS are unique in that regard. Whereas, you know, we have, you know, school health professions, we have Harlingen Collegiate High and things like that are different. Is that a strength? Is it a deficit? How do you look at that when you kind of, because you're getting these students for 3 years only, right? How do you kind of think through that? And I know you're space limited, you can't take all 4 years anyway, right? But I guess, how do you view that in terms of your role in making sure that the balls aren't dropped as far as academically and everything else? And how often do you visit Kano? Give me an idea of like, how do you view those kids? Or you kind of view, I'm sure you view them as your own because you're going to get them the next year, but can you work us through understanding that sort of relationship and that sort of dynamic there?
There's pros and cons, and thank you for asking that, Dr. Pettis, because there's pros and cons to the situation. So, I mean, I think one of the pros is that you have all the freshmen in one building, and you're able to be very meticulous as far as curriculum. I've seen the PLCs, the way they run out there. They're very streamlined, right? Because there's not a whole lot of distraction. So that's a great thing. But on the flip side of that coin is that you got kids that, you know, learn from other kids. So our kids don't necessarily get to see the behaviors, and so they come sophomore year and they kind of still have that freshman mindset, and so, but they learn real quick because we got great kids, and they learn real quick the way we do things. But you know, I've heard it from the sports, I've heard it from the fine arts. There would be pros and cons to both ways. I wish I could get out there more to the Kano Freshman Academy, but I think I've been out there like twice this school year. But it's important that they see me too, right? But at the same time, when I get out there, you know, I can't tell apart the Hawks from the Cardinals just yet, right? So they're still mixed up, but it's a good program. What would I prefer? I'd prefer to have all four years in the building, because I think 3 years goes by way too fast. And you know, as far as the relationships with the kids and getting to know them, you know, it'd probably be better. Accountability-wise, of course, it's better to have them all under one building. But you know, just from a strategic standpoint and thinking what's best for the kids, I could see how there's some academic advantages to having the freshman academy, but I see more advantage to having them all in one building. Can we make this model work? Yes, we can make it work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Reyes, I just want to thank you for the presentation and thank your team. You talked about culture, and I appreciate that, because culture is very important in any organization. Can you tell us a bit more your intentionality about, you know, emphasizing the culture and what that looks like. You know, you mentioned a couple of things, but what that might look like on a daily, weekly basis at South?
I think it looks like, culture looks like kids getting along, teachers getting along, teachers being able to do what they love to do. And so I learned through my studies at Holdsworth and other places that, you know, it doesn't work when you have different expectations of different staff members. Everybody needs to be held to the same expectation. And you would think that it's counterintuitive that, you know, you have high expectations of some, low expectations of others, but no, it helps to have high expectations of all. And you're talking about kids and staff. And so I have the same expectation of everybody, that they work hard, that they give it their best day in and day out. And the kids know that, the students know that, the teachers know that, and they know, like, they see me in the hallway and I get a bunch of fist bumps, and I get a bunch of, you know, praises from the kids and my staff, because I think they're in a community where they know I believe in them. They're in a community where I know that what they think is, I know what they're doing is important, and I value what they do, and in my mind, it's the most important job out there. You know, educating our children to become citizens. And then, you know, these are the last 3 years of high school, of public education. And so we got a big task on our hands. And so when everybody's focused and moving in the same direction, I think the culture takes care of itself. Of course, you know, I wanted to point out other things about our culture in terms of like the survey results and what I do for the faculty and staff. But at the end of the day, it comes down to people having purpose and people having meaning. And I think my staff knows that I value what they do, and I monitor what they do, and I value them as people, because I'm always going to hold the needs of the organization first, right? And I'm always going to keep that in the front of my mind. But at the same time, I'm going to do my very best to be good to people at the same time, right? Never at the expense of the mission or the vision, but always, you know, when I can, I'm going to be good to people. And I think people recognize that about me. They know that I'm going to do the very best I can for them, both as an individual, but also as the organization. And that creates a community of respect, where people get along, and South is just a great place to be.
Thank you.
Actually, I do. Dr. Reyes, thank you. Great presentation.
Appreciate it.
Just thinking about the changes with school districts all over the nation, and I know this is a deep question, I apologize, but
No, I'm ready.
you're the guy for it, man. You're the guy for it. Like, what are we missing? You know, what opportunities are there, not only at the level of the school, but even at the district? What is it that we're missing? What are the opportunities out there that maybe we're not taking advantage of, that we should be taking advantage of?
Wow, that's a good one. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to synergize in ways that, you know, that I'm still starting to see as a high school principal. So, like, you know, keeping that feeder pattern alive. And so, you know, we had our presentation today or yesterday for the veterans, and I thought, man, it would have been great to invite all the fifth graders from our feeder campuses, because yes, the class visits are good, and that's awesome that they come see the programs, but they got to see the fun stuff, because there's nothing that beats being at the comprehensive high school. I absolutely love it. It's just a blast every day. Don't get me wrong. I go home tired, and it's not an easy job, but I love what I do, because a comprehensive high school, it's going to keep you plenty busy. You know, there's never going to be a dull moment. It's go all the time. And so, and I do it because I love the environment. And so making sure the community knows what we offer. I don't think I do a good job of publicizing everything that we do and making it available to the community, the wider community, especially the kids in our feeder pattern, making them aware. This year we did a really good job of inviting, or Mr. Vino did a good job of inviting our feeder campuses to our parade for homecoming. And man, they had a blast. We had 2 elementary show up, 2 middle school show up. And that was just great, because they get to see the Hawkway, they get to look and say, hey, you know what, we're going to be Hawks one day. And so it's a matter of seeing the opportunities to synergize as a community and capitalizing on them. So we got to do better at that. And then, of course, there's always the opportunity for grants. I mean, grants, the way they're written by the Texas Education Agency, the world is your oyster, and you can come up with a plan, and it's just so much that you can do with those grant opportunities. I mean, the possibilities are endless. And when you think about the possibilities of synergizing within the CTE department and having students gain real life experiences in CTE, I mean, that's really great. And so I don't control all the levers, but the levers that I do control, I try to do the best I can with them.
Thank you, Dr. Reyes.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Reyes,
No,
I'm sorry,
please.
go ahead. Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
For what you're bringing here today. You have an absolute all-star cast sitting
do.
right here behind you.
Dream
And
team.
I'm on this journey with you, not only from here, but also as a parent. I have 2 Hawks that are walking the hallways right now. And I mean, I think you have everything you need to ring the bell. And I can tell when a school principal has it going because you bring the receipts and you show it to us.
Yeah.
And clearly, South is just kicking some butt.
Appreciate that.
So I want to challenge you to take it even further. You've got the team to really ring the bell on the state level.
Yes.
And you have the kids and you have the families. But what I also want to say, just as a matter of we can always get better, South's been around now, Marcy, what, 31 years, 30 years?
31.
Right? It's time for South. It's time for South to bring back, you've got the legacy now.
Yes.
And what we experienced the other night for 100 years of a Big Red Cardinal band, that was so awesome. You have it too. You have 30 years of it. And so what I would challenge you is to reach out into the community and bring your Hawks back and bring it, build that legacy on the south side of town so that we can have both sides just going.
Yes.
But congratulations for all your success in
Appreciate
the Lone
that.
Star Cup and for everything that's going on there at Harlingen South. Very proud.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rediger?
So, to my additional congratulations and recognition of your team, they really are. You've got a dream team. You all are firing on all cylinders, and it shows. And I was laughing about, we're really asking you a bunch of hard questions. This is like a job interview or something. I'm like, wow, where'd they come up with these
I
questions?
didn't ask Mr. Garcia this many questions.
Oh, right? Not that you're counting, right?
I do have a follow-up after you.
Yeah, right. Wow, what is this? But I do have a hard question too. No. I was, one of the things that I've noticed about the culture and the way that all of your team handles this is that you find a way to support students to perform academically, athletically, and in the arts. And that's where we see, like today when they come up and I'm in this and this, and it takes extra effort to allow students somehow to balance all of that. Lots of places don't do that, right? They're like, no, we can't figure it out. Not in our district, I'm not saying that, but you seem to have a real talent for managing that. And I was just wondering if you could comment about, what's your philosophy of that? How do you work with the different teams and different department leads, et cetera, to seamlessly let kids really participate in a lot of great things?
I appreciate that. Yes, of course, Dr. Reiniger. So it starts with understanding with what they're going to face in college, right? And so, I think back to my college experiences. I talk to recent graduates about what they're facing in college, and I take all that to heart. What do they see? What's going on with the professors? What's going on with homework? What's going on with their level of preparation? What's going on with their exams? Are they passing college, right? And then you have to think, well, I got to prepare them, but at the same time, our kids are in high school, right? And they got to enjoy that time. So how do we balance that out? And sometimes we lean towards where we're giving way too much homework, and sometimes we lean to where we're not giving enough homework. So we always try to find that balance. But at the end of the day, I lean on my experts that are able to give just the right amount of workload to kids, while at the same time not overwhelming them, because they are in band, they are in choir, they are in football, volleyball, you name it, Southern Stars, cheer. And our kids, they need to have a good time. And so I think it's just understanding, and the teachers understanding, that these kids are having a great time in high school, and they're going to work hard, but they're also going to have a great time. And so knowing how to ask people, and we faced a couple of situations this year where the parents were saying it's too much work, it's too much workload, and we don't back down on the rigor, but we also make sure that we're giving the appropriate level of rigor. And I'm telling you what, some of those conversations I didn't dive into. My people did, and it's not about lowering standards, it's about giving the right level of standards while still not sacrificing preparation for college. And so when you think about, and they sit down and they talk about the scope and sequence, the year at a glance for AP or for dual enrollment courses, and they think, what's the long-term goal? What do we need to accomplish? How can we divide that work up to where it's manageable within a school year, but also not sacrifice performance? And so there's there's so much that I didn't talk about in terms of College Board scholars, in terms of AP scholars, and just because, I'm not going to say anybody's name, but I had to cut it down. So, yes.
So now you know why we do it. You got 10 minutes presentation and 30 minutes with us.
30 minutes of Q&A.
Yes. Yes.
We still have the video.
Yes,
Yeah.
we still have the video.
All right, that's fine.
Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, Fernando, you have the whole package. You really do. You've got a great staff, which I think you've helped create. One of the things I admire about you the most is your competitive spirit. You're kind of a quiet guy.
I am.
But behind that smile is, I'm ready. You compete with the other principals, and I know you all really enjoy it. It's a friendly competition, but you really do. I mean, you've taken South to new levels in academics, arts. I mean, y'all just, all the awards that through your arts program that y'all achieve every year, academically, and what you presented tonight. But I really, it's really like the whole package. And seeing your statistics versus all the other regions is so impressive, what you've accomplished out there. So thank you so much, and I'm just looking forward to the future, really do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Jaimes? Did Mr. Jaimes go? Yes?
Oh, yeah. No, I was just gonna say go Hawks. Friday,
Thank you.
big game.
Yes.
They're
yes.
gonna shock the world.
We're
They're
going to
shock South
dominate.
Texas.
Yes.
I don't have any questions, Dr. Reyes. I just want to say thank you. So
Appreciate
last
that.
week, so you're done with the interview questions. Anyway, so last week we took a group of principals over to South, and I spent some time at South and spent a lot of time, seems like, on a sideline or at a volleyball game, whatever kind of game, right? But I think for me, watching the operation, and he said, all right, just whatever classrooms you want to go to, let's just go in. And the first classroom that we went into, I was just astonished with how well that whole classroom ran, because you had 3 different populations of students in there with very different needs. And as we were in that classroom, that teacher did stellar. And joining her in that classroom were additional teachers that were helping students in certain populations. And just watching that and watching the level of instruction that was being delivered, I was super, super impressed. Then we went into another classroom, same thing. And this whole concept of bell to bell is important. And the teachers are saying yes, because bell to bell is something that you all talk about all the time. That's the expectation. But aside from the classroom part, when I am with the admin team, it's this same competitive spirit that Dr. Reyes has, I think, is in every one of you, right? And it's just, you can see the relationship between Dr. Reyes and each of you. And I think that that's something really, really special, because it takes time. And during different times of our history with South, I'm sure you all have had to make some pretty hard decisions together, but you do it together. And every time that I'm at that campus, I'm reminded of the importance of admin team and all of our department chairs working in alignment, because that's, for me, what makes the magic happen at South. So just a huge thank you. No more interview questions, I promise. And Tanya, I think we went over our time, but that's okay. Anyway, congratulations to you all.
I'm still going to have Greg play the video because it is a very nice video. So we'll have the video. It's about 3 minutes.
Please send us a link.
The implementation of reading, writing, and thinking here at Harlingen South is a large part of what makes this such a spectacular campus.
Read, Write, Think model is the foundation of learning. The idea is that you are able to apply critical thinking and express it through written communication. That's the foundation of life.
We have excellent teachers who are experts in their field. They're bringing their knowledge and expertise to our students, and we're giving opportunities that otherwise our students would not have at any other regular high school. And I think that makes us a very unique high school here in the Valley, and specifically in Harlingen.
Harlingen South has prepared me as a student because of the atmosphere that I feel in all my classrooms. It really feels like all of my teachers care about each individual student, and just getting individualized care and you know, it feels like they really are teaching me for me, and it really helps me to get ahead in the classroom.
I'm treated with respect wherever I go. All of my teachers understand this is my life, and they're trying to help me succeed as best as they can. And I really appreciate what my teachers do for me in all my classes.
We have a number of ways that we're preparing them. We work to prepare them not just educationally, but socially and emotionally as well. Our dual enrollment classes, our AP classes, the students that we have in there are just a step above here at South.
I think all my classes have been pretty rigorous. The work that I get's pretty comparable to what I imagine college work is like, and I feel confident in my ability to perform in a collegiate setting.
South has prepared me for life after high school with the different endorsements that they have. Going through the healthcare pathway, it's shown me how I can do that in college and in life after that.
Being a student athlete, I balance both work and being an athlete by staying disciplined and having great time management, because we all know that the workload as an AP student can get rigorous, but if you just stay disciplined and committed to the process, you will be successful in the long run.
I have a lot of time management that I've acquired over the years, and I think just prioritizing what needs to be done every day.
As an athlete at Harlingen High School South, it's prepared me in numerous ways, one of them being discipline. Whenever I come to Harlingen South, there's an expectation to be met here.
I came to South to participate in a culture of excellence. And I think from our administrative down to all of my peers, we have bought into this idea that our job is important, what we're doing is important, and we believe in high rigor and a lot of support. And I think we are really the best school in the Valley.
I'm very pleased and honored and very humbled to be working here at Harlingen High School South. This place is home.
It just goes to show how far South goes to make sure that they hire teachers that care individually about each student, and it makes me feel safe and it makes me feel confident in myself knowing that like every single teacher and every member of the staff truly cares about everyone here.
Go Hawks!
Go Hawks!
Go Hawks! Hawks up!
Go Hawks and go Black Knights.
Go Dr. Reyes.
Had to save that one for the last, huh?
Good job. That was awesome.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, you want to get a picture?
Yeah, let's get a picture.
Let's
Yeah.
get a picture. We'll put Fernando on the back row.
I might just say that I'm very thankful for my team coming because I lean on them a lot. So thank you all for having us, and thank you to my team for being here today. You all have a great night. Thank you.
All right, so let's see where we're at. All right, let's do it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is public comments for agenda topics. Do we have any?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
All right, item number 5, public audience for non-agenda topics.
Mr. President, there are 2 requests for public audience for non-agenda topics.
All right. And the names, please?
The first one is Maria Williams.
That's
Her topic is Harlingen High School counselors.
okay.
The second one is Raymond Reyes, and his topic is HCISD for students.
All right. All right, well, I'm required to read a statement to you all, so bear with me for just a minute. The next item on the agenda is public audience for non-agenda topics, which is a time for members of the audience to address the Board of Trustees. Before I begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public audience for non-agenda topics. In accordance with the district policy BED local, I will read the following guidance on public comments. Anyone who wants to speak during public audience for non-agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the non-agenda topic they wish to discuss. All speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Any public speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If a group of people want to be heard on the same topic, the board asks that they designate a spokesman to avoid needless repetition. The board shall allot no more than 30 minutes for speakers on items not on tonight's agenda. Please keep your comments or criticisms civil and courteous. Please also avoid using profanity and refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. Yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In the event your comment, in the judgment of the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt and ask that you stop and direct you to proceed with the school district's formal grievance procedures. If a speaker is seeking board resolution of a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance process, which can be found online and includes policies D, GBA, F, and G, and GF. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration offices. Thank you, and our first speaker is Mrs. Williams. All right, you want to, thank you.
I give her the time, let me ask her to.
Deb, you want to be our timer?
Yes, sir.
Would you like 30 seconds before you finish, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right,
Ready?
whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name's Maria Williams. I am proud mom of 4, 2 of which have graduated in 22 and 24 this past May. I have 2 left, 1 in middle, 1 in high school. So the concern is genuinely, I'm a proud Hawk. I'm not from Texas, not even from the Valley, but I'm a proud Hawk, right? So I love the school. The counseling department, we'll call it the counseling department. So I do wish or feel that more resources could be allocated. From a parent standpoint, sometimes I feel I'm out of the loop. Maybe that's self-induced, not really sure why, but I would love to have what my kids now have in college, which when they're in college for architecture, your freshman fall semester, these classes, and it's fall, spring, all the way through their map, right? Their degree plan map. I think that would be an excellent source for me to keep track of my child on that parent access website. So when we're in the schedule and I can see their schedule, did you go to school, did you not go to school? I can track all those things. I try not to look at grades because it gives me heartburn. But regardless, I can look on their degree matriculation map, or where are they, like the X. They've done English 1, English 2, Math 1, Math 2. Like, it just helps me keep track, because sometimes I feel like I'm on the horn with the counselor, like, what do they do, you know, and there's a lot of terminology. I'm not in education. I'm educated, maybe, but I'm not in the education world. And all this lingo, CCMR is a new one I've learned in the past 2 days. And so that in of itself is excellent. I get the concept, I do, but by default, sometimes that pigeonholes a kid. My one kid wanted to do engineering. He's now doing architecture, he stayed. He built Legos and he's still doing Lego. I don't know what he's doing. He's still doing the same thing, versus I have another kid who, you know, okay, I want to do dental. No, I want to weld. No, I want to, like, you know, do agriculture. So these programs are fabulous, and they really give that on-the-job training that is important, that kids can learn the skills for. But sometimes by a junior year, they're, oh yeah, can I do that? God, that's a freshman. We can't pull you over.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, so then to the point of resources, all these different campuses, if you consolidate resources, sometimes you have the ability to offer more programs. There's more resources, times, and allotments in classes. So just overall, that is my concern or issues.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. One thing that I've neglected to say is that we're not allowed as board members to respond to any topics or that, but thank you very much for coming tonight.
But the district will definitely follow through, of course.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and our next speaker, please.
Mr. Reyes?
Mr. Reyes, are you here? Yes. Thank you. Would you like 30 seconds also, or a minute, or whatever?
Yes, 30 seconds is fine. I actually don't think I will utilize all 3 minutes. So, my name is Raymond Reyes. I've been originally from San Antonio. I'm resident, been doing business here, my family since 1976. What brings me here is I'm a grandfather. I have 5 grandkids here in the Valley and 1 in Dallas. So, there's been some concerns. I'm retired now, so I spend a lot of time. I used to do IT work, network security work, 38 years in 30 countries around the globe. So I'm around a lot now. I'm trying to enjoy my grandkids because I was always gone for when my kids were going to school here in Harlingen. So a lot of things come to light because of the businesses that I own and the people that I employ. About, you know, I try to be involved of what's going on in the community. Trust me, the city commission knows me very well, and a lot of the executives within the city of Harlingen. And I think the key to anything, no matter what, in a school district, a corporate environment, municipality, is to have oversight on everything that's going on. I think audits are very key to everything. Again, I own a lot of different things, but I have eyes everywhere. I'm very big on technology. This is the first board meeting that I've ever attended. A lot of people were surprised, especially some of the people that work for me, that I was actually going to take time to go. But some of my grandkids, in my opinion, my wife brought me up to speed that some parts of their education, they kind of slipped through the cracks. So now I'm correcting that by hiring tutors. I just think that, you know, it's good that at the high school level, they seem to be doing very well based on the presentation I saw. I thought it was very good. But I got little ones, you know, kindergartners, 3rd graders, 5th grader, and 7th grader, if I'm correct. I'm not, she's going to be upset that I don't know what grade she's in. But I think, again, oversight and everything's taken seriously and stuff, because then, you know, reputation precedes us and stuff. And I think as long as we're involved in doing the right things for the right reasons, everything pans out. That's how I've lived. That's the way my father was, and it was enhanced even more in the military probably why I survived some of the situations I was in at that particular time. But that's basically all I had, and I might be making appearances every once in a while based on the feedback I get, because I like to be involved. So that's all I had. Thank you for an evening, and I really enjoyed the presentation. I thought, we're heading in the right direction. We just need to stay focused on the task at hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be free to come back next time. Thank you. All right, so our next item on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent calendar as presented.
Second. Motion by Dr. Pettis, second by Dr. Muniz. Is there any questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item number 7, matters relating to transportation and school support. First is item A is Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee Report. Dr. Corton.
Yes, this month we had a topic all about continuous cycle of improvement. We heard from Jennifer Maldonado and Ronnie Gonzalez, and in that presentation we spoke to the importance of being data-driven. If we're truly going to have a continuous cycle of improvement, we knew that we needed to work with our central office administrators and certainly our campus administrators to have a data source for every measurable outcome. During that presentation, we also spoke about the importance of tracking all of our success and having real-time data. And so with that, I will also invite Dr. Pettis, our chair, to mention anything else.
Thank you. That was excellent. Appreciate all the topics. The presentations are very thoughtful and provocative, and appreciate you getting the board to weigh in and learn about these things. And so I know you'll continue to bring the best timely projects to, to the meetings, but just thanks for doing that. I think this is a very unique thing that we do at Harlingen CISD, as far as, bringing things to the board, sometimes early, sometimes in the middle when you're transforming or, maybe making a pivot or changing, or sometimes status updates of things that are very significant, especially involving student achievement. So just thanks for letting us share that space with y'all, even though we don't understand it all the times, especially with the academic and the instructional stuff. But it really gives us a chance to weigh in, to ask the questions, and sometimes make it better in very small ways. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is item number 8, matters relating to human services. Consideration for approval of teacher evaluation appraisers for 24-25. Debbie Scoggins.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Board President, Mr. Powers, Dr. Corton, members of the board, senior team, and audience. Item 8A, consideration for approval of teacher evaluation appraisers. Board approval is necessary for the following individuals to be teacher evaluation appraisers for the 24-25 school year. As you recall, in the previous month, we brought forward a comprehensive list of campus and central office administrators, and so today we bring forward just a few administrators who have completed the required training, and administration is recommending approval as presented.
Okay. Any discussion? Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move approval of now I just lost it, there we go, teacher evaluation appraisers for 24-25 as presented.
All right, I have a motion by Dr. Reiniger. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Ricky Leal, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Debbie, you have the next item is B, consideration for approval of recommended revisions to local policy BDB and DNA on first reading only.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. As discussed earlier today at our policy and audit meeting, policy BDB local revision adds the Finance and Planning Committee meeting to that particular local policy. Also, policy DNA local revision allows all classroom teachers to have an opportunity for a less than annual evaluation by meeting the eligibility requirements that are listed. Mr. Ricky Leal chaired our policy and audit meeting today, and I'll defer to him for any further comments.
No, thank you, Ms. Scoggin. It was a good meeting, had good discussions, and I think the policy modifications that are being made today are appropriate. So thank you for bringing those forward.
Thank you so much. With that, administration would recommend approval.
Make that motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Leal, seconded by Dr. Muniz. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Scoggin. All right, the next item is matters related to business services. And the first one is Finances and Planning Committee report. Raymond Mendoza.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan. So on November 5th, we had our fiscal planning committee meeting, and we presented our update to our local levels, which include our enrollment numbers, as of the snapshot date, as well as our attendance rate for our district. We also presented a variance report where the overall total expenditure exceeded the adopted budget allotments. Dr. Cortan reviewed this month's planning that included weekly benchmark meetings with various departments to identify areas of efficiency that included safety and security as well as human services. We also discussed areas of refinement and internal controls. Areas that we'll be focused on include overtime process for campuses and in departments, as it pertains to custodians as well, to identify possible savings, as well as adding our internal auditor the ability to view online the approval process for consultants and contracted services. At this time, I'll turn it over to our chair for additional comments.
Yeah. Thank you, Raymond. I thought it was a great committee meeting. You know, obviously, you know, our superintendent and you know, your business office and senior team and everyone's really engaged in this now. It's pretty incredible to see all the ideas coming forward, not only to sort of, you know, obviously right-size our budget, you know, as we go, based on the revenues coming in, enrollment and attendance and everything else, but also the ideas to sort of, you know, color within the lines, right, and stay within budget and looking at all the different things that we can do, the benchmarking and sort of all across a large organization. How do we do that in a very responsible way where we can still align our budget to our strategic plan to benefit all students? And so really like the ideas coming you know, forward. And I love the innovative ideas to save money and to cut down on expenses. I love the ideas to go after grants and you know, all kinds of monies that are out there. I love the whole concept of now that we're all going to be you know, married to this idea and have fidelity to the concept of one-time monies are only to be used for one-time expenses. I think that's very important. You know, take-home message from what happened last year, and so I just feel that thanks to you, Raymond, your department, what y'all are doing now, and what Dr. Cortan is doing, that we're not going to leave it to chance anymore. And I love this committee that on a monthly basis, the board gets to sort of have monthly touch points with our necessary oversight to make sure that we're maintaining a healthy budget. So thank you all for that. It was a great presentation, and I can't wait for the next meeting.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Our next item is approval of a plan of finance for maintenance tax notes. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, board members, Dr. Cortan. So item 9B is the discussion and possible approval of our plan of finance, a maintenance tax notes. We have been working with our financial advisors, Esther Hinojosa, with Mr. Magallanes and Dr. De Los Santos on the possibility of ACASD issuing maintenance tax notes to address TRE expenditures for our district. Mr. Magallanes will review this particular report with some possible options for our district. The report is included in your packet.
Good evening, President Powers, trustees, Dr. Cortan, members of the audience. Ángel Magallanes with Esther Hinojosa, and as Mr. Mendoza mentioned, Dr. Miguel de los Santos, he doesn't need any introduction with y'all today. It's always a pleasure to be here. You know, I was thinking about it. I was like sitting there at the audience. I did my principal internship here 10 years ago. And during those 10 years, I've had the honor and pleasure of working with a dedicated senior team that's always looking out for the priority of the students. And, you know, today was just a testament, I'm sure it's all the time, of the greatness that you have here in Harlingen CISD. So, but one of the things to maintain that greatness is maintaining great facilities. And I know Mr. Tapia, I mean, I met him 10 more plus years ago. He's always been doing as much as possible with what he has. So there are different options what a district could do in order to upkeep their facilities. One is going out to the voters and asking for voters to approve voter authorized debt through the INS side, and the district has done that in the past. Two is looking at your current budget. Looking at your current budget, your general fund balance, and try to determine, how much do we have there and how much do we want to utilize at one point. But in order to tackle major projects, in order to keep up with the cost of inflation, keep up, Mr. Tapia could only do so much with his staff, with the resources that he obtains. And we know that types of HVAC and types of roofs, the cost has doubled and tripled over time. So, and the third option is to try to spread out that cost through an option here that we're going to talk today, a maintenance tax note. It's essentially a loan that you could spread out through over a 20-year period, depending on what the district is looking for. So in that first slide, what you had is, what is a maintenance tax note? Like I said, it's a financial tool that's utilized by various districts. It's been utilized here, also in Harlingen CISD in the past, and multiple districts throughout the state. So it's a legal tool financially for districts to utilize to maintain their buildings. You do have, like I mentioned on slide 3, you have had outstanding debt, the last one done in 2018. And then you do have 2 other notes that are paid from the M&O from the M&O budget in order to pay 2 bonds from your PFC, your Public Facility Corporation organization. And as you can tell in that graph, you do have outstanding debt through 2034. So as we mentioned, Mr. Mendoza, in order to tackle some of these major projects, talking to administration, we looked at 3 scenarios, 15 million, 18 million, and 20 million. What you have there is different structures of 10 to 15-year notes, and looking at the total principal and interest for each one of those. We're looking at these scenarios were ran at a 5% interest rate. That's a very conservative interest rate. It's all going to depend really on what banks' appetites are at this moment of time, going after an election, looking at the feds, having a cut recently. So there are going to be opportunities to have this at a lower rate. We're going to go out and bid it out to about 50 banks throughout the nation, propose their bids in order to be competitive. The following slide on the projected debt service, you do have a $20 million scenario there. What we did with the scenarios here, either 10 or 15 years, what we looked at is wrapping the new debt into your old debt. So try to maintain the overall debt service as level as possible. But I just want to pause there and to see if there's any questions at this point in time.
Yes.
Yes.
I have a question for you. So we're on this slide that talks about the projected debt service scenario.
Correct.
So you mentioned on the 15-year scenario, you were going to layer the principal into the existing debt. So does this number represent all of our debt service or just the debt service on the 20 million that we're talking about here?
So you have on the left column, you do have the outstanding limited debt, tax debt service. That's your current outstanding that's being paid out of the M&O budget. So that's being the 2 PFC loans that you currently have outstanding and the 1 maintenance tax note. So the 3 combined, you have your total outstanding debt service through 2034. Then we layered in the 2 scenarios, the 10-year and the 15-year, into the middle portion where you have principal, interest, and total. So you do have that middle portion that represents, for example, that 10-year amortization, the principal for 10 years, the interest for 10 years, and what that total would be. And then you add the total to the outstanding, and that would be the complete total with the outstanding and the new considered debt.
To service all the debt?
To service.
Not just the new money?
Correct, not just the new money. So the new money would be just that total column by itself, and that's principal and interest.
Okay.
So basically, and the difference is, obviously, you're adding another 4 million or whatever, a little bit and change, because you're taking it out 15 years.
Correct.
Is that correct? So you're paying it off slower,
Mhm.
so you're adding to the total outstanding, the debt service there,
That's absolutely correct.
because you're paying it off faster in the first example.
Yes.
Well, let me ask it this way, because I'm not sure. So today, we're putting out 3.1 million in debt service.
Correct.
Each year until that note is paid off.
And that's the combination of three notes.
Several.
Okay, and so if we add the new debt, it goes up to 4.1 in the beginning. That, the repayment,
Correct, on the 15-year amortization.
okay. And that principal's layered in to kick up once the old debt is extinguished.
Yes, as you can see that on that 15-year amortization, you do have delayed principal deferred through up to 2029, and that's when, yes, the current outstanding debt does fall off from two current loans that mature in 2028.
Can you prepay this debt?
That is something that we will be asking the banks, we will be asking for that call date. So typically, some banks will allow us to make it prepayable at any time without any penalty, without having to make them whole and pay all the interest. But we do have the option. We are going to put it at least standard to give us at least 10 years. So you would have to hold it at least 10 years, and then after the 10 years, you would either be able to refund it if the interest rate is lower, or just prepay completely the complete debt.
What do you, and when I say prepay, can you prepay partial payments as you go along if you have a big year?
We will look at trying to do an escrow, but you will still be responsible for the principal and interest within the first 10 years, depending on what the call date is. So we'll be looking at a call, like I said, 10 years is standard for call date for any type of bonds, but there are banks that allow us to pay any portion amounts at any time without any penalty, and not making them whole to try to, well, you're paying this little portion off, but you still owe us this portion of interest for that amount.
But are you saying that most banks will have a 10-year call, so you're locked into 10 years before you can make a
It's a standard 10 years, but we've been seeing different, some banks are okay with, like I mentioned, any time. Some are okay with 5 years. Mostly everyone's okay with 10 years, but we will be asking for a callable anytime or anything that they could provide us with on that call date.
So in the marketplace, are you looking at, typically, do you look at banks in our region, or do you go to San Antonio, Austin?
Yes, sir. We do have on our list of banks, we do have banks from the region, and then we do look at banks from all over the nation.
Is there any prohibition about using banks that we have depositories with?
Currently, I think your current depository is
Texas Regional.
Texas TRB. So if the district desires to proceed with Texas Regional, just disclosure, we just merged with Texas Regional Bank. But so there is a wall between the capital markets and the bank. So there is that wall there, but if that's something that the district wants to consider, we could look into it with legal counsel and bond counsel to determine if that's.
So you're not sure there's a conflict of interest? It would have to be determined by legal counsel?
No, he's saying there is a conflict, but he's saying that there could possibly be a legal workaround that conflict. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Could I just ask a couple of questions? Help me understand the limits to the maintenance tax notes. There's a limit, I'm sure, right? How do they determine, like, what's the maximum you could borrow with this scenario? Can you work us through that again?
Yes, sir. There is a note that's mandated by the Attorney General. So this has to be approved by the Attorney General once it's gone through and we complete it, and they have to have their stamp of approval. But they do have a test. So the test is based off of the current M&O debt that you have based on your value, your total value. You multiply that by 90% collections, and they restrict you to about 20% of that amount. Currently, the school district for that total amount has a max of about $5.5 million in debt service that you could be allowed in that M&O side. But that's without including the PFC, the two bonds that you have in the PFC. So those are considered outside. They're considered leases. They're not considered maintenance tax notes. So that's actually, we include them here because that's what you're paying out of your M&O, but they're
Sure.
not included in that test.
Because they were previously approved by the voters,
Mhm.
correct? On the Public Facilities
And
Corporation.
they're legally in a different organization
They're
in your PFC.
Got it. They're in the, so good work, I don't, maybe you answered the question, I didn't hear it. What's our limit? I know you said the debt service, but what would be the limit, let's just say, I mean,
It will be based on your total, your maximum debt service. So at any given year, you cannot exceed that approximate, and as your values go up, that amount will raise. But at any given year, approximately 5.5 million.
okay, so, well, then let me ask the question differently. Why did you choose, why did you use 15.15, 18.15, and 20.15 million?
Okay, annual debt service, sorry. So the test is based on annual debt service. So depending on, again, the amount, if we were to do 25 million within 20 years and your annual debt service every year is below 5.5 million, your Attorney General says that that's a allowed debt service.
So you don't know what that number is, but it could be
Okay.
25, but it's somewhere in there.
It's definitely over 20 million, as you see in your 20 million scenario, your maximum debt service is 4.1 million. So we would still have capacity
Sure,
to do
no.
another million a year, yes.
But so the answer to my question, so they put it through a test at the AG's
Mm-hmm.
office, and it has to do with basically your total debt service and everything else.
Correct.
And then last question, why would we want to in the future, help me understand, take something, let's say we do this, right? And I understand today is just to approve the concept, to start the due diligence, to go through this process. We're not approving anything today, correct?
I believe if the district does wish to, we could proceed with the plan of finance on a certain amount and to proceed forward and go with a term sheet to provide to banks. And then you will come back on your next board meeting.
Well,
which-
okay, so I jumped ahead. Maybe I could let you finish your timetable, but maybe I'll ask my question first, and then you can go through your timetable, because I want to ask, why would we want to, in the future, vote or let the voters move it from the M&O to the INS side? Tell me work me through
Yeah,
understanding
no,
that.
that's a very, very good question, and that was a bullet point in the first page. So one of the things to go through this process and get it approved by Attorney General, it's in order to move that debt that's being paid by the M&O bucket, because your total levy that the district levies is an M&O bucket and an INS bucket. So the M&O bucket is your bucket that you utilize, for general operations, but majority your payroll. 80% of school districts throughout the state of Texas, have an 80% usage of their budget towards payroll. So the other 20%, electricity, water, instructional materials, so anything else that needs to be paid by the district. So as you know, since 2019, the cost of all types of materials and all types of even electricity has gone up since 2019. And that 2019, I say 2019 because that's the last time there's been an increase on the basic allotment for the general fund and funds for the school district. So you're basically working with a budget from 2019 with today's costs. So that puts a little bit more pressure when you're trying to work and operate your school district. So when you have that debt service right now being paid out of your M&O budget, you got to budget a little amount of that payment to pay that loan. But in the future, if the district wishes to do so, you could put it out to the voters and have an election in May or November in order for the voters to approve to move that debt over to the INS debt. So the INS levy could only pay INS voter-approved debt. You cannot levy anything on the INS and pay off debt on the M&O side, so it's strictly for that bucket alone. So if the voters do approve in the future, what you have currently, your outstanding debt service of 3.1, and let's say you were to add the 20 million, and you had that 4 million, 3 million amounts annually. If the voter approved it to move it to the INS, it would then be paid off through an INS levy and free up 3 to 4 million from your M&O budget that could be utilized for payroll and other types of instructional needs.
Got it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I'm curious, what was the interest rate 3 or 4 years ago?
Ooh. And what was the interest rate 3 or 4 years ago? They were higher. I mean, well, 3, 4 years, 2020 or pre-COVID or?
Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, yeah, they were slight higher, but you did get a 2018 one for close to 3%, 2.7. Yeah, 2.7. And the beauty of a school district is when they do go out for debt, it's tax exempt. So there is that, not that standard rate that someone sees for a mortgage. You do get a tax exempt interest rate on that. And then, just to the last preliminary timetable, as mentioned, if approved today, we would go out and do a term sheet, put the maximum amount, if it's 18 million. These were scenarios, and with discussion with administration, and for 15, 18, and 20 million. You know, it's up to the board, the district, to decide the final amount and not to exceed. We would also look at going out to about 50 banks throughout the nation, putting a term sheet, asking them, hey, we're looking at this type of loan for the school district. We will obtain bids on December 9th, and then on December 10th, your next school board meeting, the district could either accept or just table the item and not proceed forward with the note.
Let me ask you this question, and you may have already answered it, I apologize if you have. If we decide to go out for a regular bond issue in 2 years from now, would this affect our ability to do that?
No, sir, it would not. Because it's from 2 different buckets.
It's INS.
INS,
It's strict
yeah.
INS, yeah.
Straight INS.
Yeah.
Anything that's voter approved will be on the INS side.
Yeah, they're basically saying, I approve you to raise my taxes, we're going to pay for it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I just have
No.
a quick.
Go ahead.
I want to jump in real quick. So a couple of things. As we have been working with Mr. Tapia, we have our TRE monies, and those go a particular way. But when we have all of our assessment of our facilities, the last couple of years, we've talked about the importance of, yes, the TRE serves a great purpose, and it does give us a jump start. The reality is that our schools have a lot of priorities. And when we think of things like AC, we think of just facilities. Some of our campuses are higher needs than others with facility needs. And so what we've been working on is Mr. Tapia has been going to our campuses so that we can look at the ranking of what is the priority, and to have, in last month, whenever we met with the Finances and Planning Committee meeting, we talked about the importance of long-range plans. This is one of those things. Working with Mr. Tapia and starting to rank the campuses and what is it that our priorities are going to be with this money is going to be important. And so that's really what we're working on right now. It's not to build anything new. We need to maintain our facilities. And over the last couple of years, as we've been leveraging the TRE monies, we have still had projects at the end of that fiscal year that were high priority. We just weren't able to get to those projects. And that's really what we're coming to the board with tonight, is if we move forward with this, that money will be used specifically to upgrade facilities. And you all have been at our campuses, and as you visit our campuses, you all would typically share some of those needs. And like I said, there's some campuses have larger needs than others, but I would say that the majority of our campuses have something that they're going to need for maintenance here pretty soon.
Can I ask, so there's 3 choices here.
Do we have to state a specific amount in our motion, or do you?
I think so. You need
Yes.
direction, right? So,
Yes.
so you have 3 choices, 15, 18, and 20.15 million. What, Dr. Cortan and Oscar, based on the facility needs and maintenance, that kind of stuff, what is y'all's recommendation?
Our recommendation is to go with the 18. And if we do the 18, that'll give us enough of a jump start to at least start addressing some of those bigger facility needs. We looked at all 3 options, and 18 is the most comfortable, both today with our financial resources and just looking ahead with what we're going to need with facilities. That, coupled with the TRE, will get us further ahead. Again, we have so many needs in facilities, and As we get further down the way, we're going to have to talk about longer range planning, but that will help tremendously.
I'm assuming that this, if the board, wishes to proceed with this, I'm assuming that, obviously, we currently just been discussing for the past several months, and today we just learned of our huge hit to the fund balance, right? I'm assuming that this is going to help in some way with our budget situation?
It is, because it'll give us a different revenue to work with. And as we're bringing in this maintenance tax note, that allows us to leverage those monies to address the facility needs while also maximizing our local revenue for other needs.
Oscar, do you care to comment? I'm curious to see your thoughts on where we are. I know we have a lot of issues right now.
Dr. Corton said that we were talking about the TRE funds for the past few years has been leveraged to pay for other things. So we don't have the kind of money we used to have. Plus the double and triple cost from pre-COVID really hasn't allowed us to do much. There's a lot of needs. Principals keep calling and directors about wanting certain things fixed or done, and we just can't do that right now. And one of the things that I did ask Dr. Corton is that we do this maintenance tax notes to make sure that it's not paid out of TRE, or we're just shooting ourselves in the foot, kind of like the Treasure Hills note is being paid out of TRE, so it lessens the amount I have. So it would have to be paid through other means. So we definitely would enjoy the $18 million to catch up from what we've fell behind on our projects.
And in January, when we come to our Finances and Planning Committee meeting, our topic is going to be around TRE and facilities. And because as a board, we wanted to bring you all the projects, prioritize those projects, and show you what that looks like, yes, for this year, but longer range, right? And so all of that discussion we can bring forward in January, where you all can have a preview of what that's going to look like facilities-wise, and to make sure that you all know what we're prioritizing as projects.
I wanted to, if I might just ask a question, on the time frame, I think it's, I'm interested in the time frame and asking, if we're starting to see things in January shift and, we can do better than 5%, maybe it's at 4, maybe, are we locked into that time frame? At some point, I would assume we do get locked in.
On December 10th, we will come back to the board and with the bids that are received with a tabulation, and do all the calculations from the different banks and what they provided. We're being hopeful that it's below 5% currently. I mean, we've seen private placements anywhere range from low 4%, 4.5%. So there is some movement, but we're being hopeful that we'll be below that 5% with the competitive bids.
So on December 10th, you come back and you say, okay, it's whatever, 4.5, and we're thinking, God, I think we could just hold out a little longer, we could get 3. Can we do that? Or you have to go right back and rebid everything,
We would have
right?
to rebid. They wouldn't hold the bids for that long. It's just that determining, I mean, the crystal ball situation,
Sure.
right? What are rates going to do? I mean, there's a lot of speculation out there on the movement, and I'm sure Mr. Leal could attest to that.
Well, I think you're onto something, Dr. Reiniger. I mean, the projections, the Fed rate projections are, I mean, we might get another quarter in December and possibly a little bit more, but then there's a certain point that we need the money. So when you go out, can you go out and look at the 20? Will you give us multiple amortizations to look at when you go get bids?
We could ask the banks to provide different options on their fixed rate for the amortization. The appetite for banks to go beyond 15 is very minimal.
Does it taper off?
Yeah, and then if we were to go out for 20, we will consider possibly, if you do want to look at that option, is go open market. But that adds a couple of more months just because we got to get actual ratings from rating agencies and do some other tasks for that. But the other scenario is if we're going out that long as well. I mean, you are, as you mentioned, like in the 15-year scenario, we're just adding more to the interest that's being paid for that,
Right.
that term length.
Well, yeah, and that's where I was headed, is potentially building in a call or two during that period. Can you build in 2 calls if you were to? I
We
mean,
could
if we're
definitely-
creating our own
Yeah, definitely.
product and we're
that's
just gauging interest in the marketplace,
Mhm.
I think just looking at our cash flow and where we're headed, a 5-year and a 10-year call might be advantageous to the district. We might be in a completely different situation where we can deal with it at that point.
Well, yeah, that's a great point, but if you all clarify that we can prepay, then it may or may not matter as much, you know what I mean?
Right, well, yeah,
And-
you're gonna.
And we could we'll put the calls on there, and as you know, I mean, the more, there is a small premium on the calls that you put it. The sooner it is, I mean, typically a little bit higher interest rates, because they know that they're not gonna get anything out of it.
I mean, just looking at our debt schedule, in 2035 looks like a great year to get a call, to have a call.
Yeah. And I think we had, on our scenario, 10 years, we had a 2034 call.
Yeah, or 34. I mean, we're entering another phase there in our life there.
And the other thing with, the other component is looking at the life expectancy of what you're gonna purchase, right? And we're looking at a lot of HVAC, and that's the other reason why we're looking at not beyond that 15 years. I mean, you don't want to be paying on things that might
Now we gotta buy again.
not last. I mean, the average life is, Mr. Tapia, I mean, I'm sure you have equipment for 20+ years, but they're on, but the average life is 15 years on HVAC, maybe less.
Yeah, and as the years go by, the equipment doesn't last as long, so the life's getting shorter and shorter.
I think the list of projects exceeds $18.5 million.
No.
And this is a way to address the most needy projects now. But the need is far in excess of that.
100%, yeah.
And like I said, I think this will give us a good jump start, and we can leverage TRE for additional projects, but I agree with that statement. Our facilities, our needs are very, very
Right.
large right now.
And just based on our meeting last week with Julio and stuff, he expressed how critical it is that we act on this, so. Well, critical, but how important it is that we act on this. So,
Well, if it's okay, I mean, there might be more discussion, but just to get us started down towards maybe a possible approval, I guess I'll make a motion for the approval of the plan to finance for maintenance tax notes for choosing the middle option, the 18.15 million, as discussed.
I have a motion by Dr. Pettis for the approval of the plan, finance, maintenance, tax notes in the amount of 18 million, is that correct? All right, do I have a second?
I'll second Dr. Pettis' motion.
All right, Ricky Leal will do a second. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. Power.
Dr.
The only
Menezes.
question that I'm just thinking about this whole discussion is what type, thinking about what Dr. Broniker mentioned, I think it's very valuable, looking at rates and presidency and timing. What kind of cost would we be looking at if we waited a month? Would it make a difference? Would it not make a difference as far as rate goes? And now, looking back historically, what were the rates like when this president was in presidency 8 years ago? I know that would be the crystal ball. I realize that's part of the process, but statistically, if that makes a difference at all, I mean, thoughts?
Yeah, there is another option as far as going to what you're saying and what you all have presented. There is an approval that the district could consider, which is a reimbursement resolution. So essentially, that item is drafted up by bond counsel. It's approved by the board. And what that item allows you to do is currently spend from your general fund balance and then reimburse yourself whenever you do get financing, reimburse your general fund balance back. So you could have a delay if you want there to provide time if that's what the district wants to consider. But at the same time, I don't know if a month is gonna.
Yeah, I think we're pretty limited in our fund balance right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are the fees that we pay, are they a percentage of the loan value, or how are they calculated?
The fee is based off of fee structures. So there is a fee structure already in place in the contract for the FA, financial advisory fee. There are other fees, so that 150 there, it's a conservative. Whatever's not utilized will go back to the district. But there's also bank counsel fees that are typically range from anywhere from $3,500 to 20, we've seen up to $20,000, depending on the certain bank. Attorney General fees that we got to pay mandated. There's another website, depository of information fee. It's called the MAC fee. But there are, and then you have bond counsel fee as well, which those are through a fee structure. I don't know the bond counsel's fee structure, but it's not a percentage. It's based off of certain structured fees that are already in contracts.
Those will be set forth in the contract we're presented?
Those are already separate contracts that are already in place, like specifically for the FA fee and the bond counsel fee. The other fees will be in the term sheet on what we get provided from the bank. They will list their fee on the bank fee, on the bank counsel fee, and they will list if they're going to have a fee for a paying agent as well, which typically is minimal, but we shouldn't see anything in excess of $150.
So all of that collectively, we should expect around this one. So it's
Correct.
not in addition to one.
Correct.
Okay.
I want to go back to something you said. But we're minimizing the impact by combining it with all the rest of our debt, correct? I mean, is that, I mean.
Yeah, that is within the whole note, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And let me go back. I mean, I guess the motion was 18.15. I guess, do you need the term from us too, 10 or 15?
No, but we'll ask is the banks to provide a 10-year option and what their rate is for that and a 15-year option.
And then later on,
And
we can decide
correct.
that.
Mhm.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, so right now you just need a direction with the amount.
Yes. just
And
the
then
amount.
later on, we can, that would be a decision to be made later on,
Correct.
once we know more details with.
Which will be on the 10th. So on the 9th, we'll get the bids, we'll calculate all that, and we'll provide that by early morning on the 10th for you to review and for board approval on the 10th.
So then December 10th is really the approval with respect to the plan and the bids and everything else, and the either the 10 or 15 year and that kind of stuff. So
Yes.
that's really the main approval date, correct?
Yes, sir. And at that time, on the 10th, again, if there is no acceptable bid that you see acceptable, the district could table without, I mean, there's no cost at that point of time from anyone.
That's what I was going to say. There's no cost to rebid
Yeah.
30
There-
days later?
No.
You can just continue to get bids?
Correct.
and-
So then we
Yeah,
can
so
always,
we
we can
have a
always,
window.
we have a window here that we can, so as long as we approve the issuance of the maintenance tax notes tonight,
Mhm.
with giving you direction as far as guidances of the amount, then we can go forward, and then in December, we'll have a lot more information.
Yes, sir.
We either pull the trigger then, or we.
Correct.
Got it.
There might be a reason to wait.
Correct.
We've already had two reductions, right, in interest rates, and just in the last as many months, 2-3 months. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't think anything's going to happen, but we'll see. It might.
Mhm.
It very well might, so we'll see, but.
And it's going to vary, you know, as you know, some banks vary on how they price and we've seen bids come back and that are 100 basis points apart, and just depends on the appetite of the bank, on what they're looking at, their portfolio, on what kind of debt they could take in. So there's a lot of more variables than just the rate you see out there.
100%. Okay.
I'm a little confused, and not that it matters a whole lot, but the fees, I want to know what the fees are. What is bond counsel's fee going to be? Is that incurred if we don't do anything in December? Have we already incurred that fee?
No, sir. It's the transaction would need to happen in order for the fee to apply.
And your fee, how is it?
It's the same transaction.
It's a transaction fee.
If there is no transaction, we don't.
Okay,
yeah, we don't
but all that, when we get down to the end, we'll be able to determine what all the costs are going to be.
Yes, on the day of the 9th, we'll have that to the penny.
And
what that is.
between now and then, you'll obviously have received enough bids and that kind of stuff, but also cleared out your conflict and see if TRB can even,
Correct.
could even bid for that as well. I'm assuming they can, but you have to clear the conflict there somehow, right?
And they can, we just got to get guidance and approval from the district to proceed that way. I mean, from our perspective, we don't want other banks to think, well, TRB is also a player, and,
We
just.
want to welcome every bank. that
Yeah,
wants
I
to-
think the more bids we can get, the better is
Okay.
probably a fair
No,
statement,
No,
I think.
that's good. We will do that at the
Yeah.
direction of the district.
I mean, it doesn't mean that your bank is going to get because we're just going to go with the best bidder,
Yeah.
obviously.
Mhm.
The money spent.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think.
Are we ready to go?
I think
All
we're
right.
ready to vote.
Any more discussion? All right, we're going to go ahead and proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming
Thank you.
tonight. It's
No, thank you all.
very informative, and we've had a lot of luck with you guys before, so we're looking forward to continuing
Definitely.
relationship.
And as always, if there's any other questions, I mean, Dr. Cortown's always always reaches out, and so let her know what other information you need, and we'll be happy to provide that
Thank
to you.
Well, we appreciate all you've done. Thank you.
No, thank you all.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Doc.
good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think I can retire now, no?
Did a great job.
He is.
You're good.
He
You trained him well.
He is pretty good. He is pretty
You
good.
trained him well. All right. Okay, let's see where we're at. All right, we are on, okay, item C, consideration for approval of 2023-2024 independent financial audit. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, sir, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Ortan. So item C, 9C is the consideration and approval of the 23-24 independent financial audit prepared by Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. Mr. Montemayor is here, audit partner with CRI. With any questions, this item was presented earlier at our audit committee meeting, and he'll cover, he's here for that presentation.
Well, good evening. Now it's the evening time. I was here in the afternoon, right? But good evening, Mr. President, board members, interim superintendent. It's great to be here with you this evening. I won't go into as much detail as we did in the audit committee, where we went in detail over the audit report and through the PowerPoint presentation. For purposes of this update for the full board, I'm going to go ahead and just cover a little bit about the audit, the results of the audit, were primarily our independent auditors' reports that contain our opinions on the audit report as a result of the audit, and answer any questions or any concerns that you may have. So the audit report has been prepared and completed, and we had a chance to visit with this audit report with management and again, discuss it with the audit committee in great detail. I'll go ahead and summarize by saying our independent auditor's report that we've issued a clean, unmodified opinion over the district's financial statements, and what that means is that, in our opinion, the district's financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial condition of the district. Our audit involves certain audit procedures and the risk assessment process, and it incorporates sampling and other analytical procedures, and the audit is designed to provide a reasonable assurance rather than absolute assurance. We also issued 2 other independent auditors' reports, and those are also included in the bound copy. The first one is our report over government auditing standards. We call that our Yellow Book report. That report discusses the results of internal controls over financial reporting as well as compliance with laws, regulations, and grant agreements. We did identify a deficiency in internal control that we consider to be a significant deficiency. We went into detail and covered what that is. All of that information on the significant deficiency is included in the summary schedule of findings and question costs. And it covers information such as the criteria, what we expect to be there, the condition, what we identified, as well as our recommendation to the district. And the district did respond, and they provided their corrective action plan, and looks like they have a plan forward to rectify the significant deficiency that was identified. Third and final report that we issued was our report over compliance. That is in regards to expenditures of federal awards. We audit the way the district spent those funds to ensure that they complied with the directed material and subject to audit compliance requirements. We did issue an unmodified opinion over compliance as well, meaning that the district complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements described in the uniform guidance. Also, in the uniform guidance report, the third and final report, we disclose our results of testing internal controls over compliance, which is a little bit different from financial reporting. And we did not identify any deficiencies that we consider to be material weaknesses, nor did we report any significant deficiencies over compliance. So the overall, what I would take from the update to the full board is that we did issue a clean, unmodified opinion over your financial statements as well as on your compliance. I don't know if the board members have any specific questions or want to go into detail on any of the financial statement amounts. I'd be happy to do so or address any questions that you may have.
Do we have any comments? We went over very, very thoroughly in our meeting, but are there any additional comments or?
Yeah, I mean, if I can just, one quick comment, and that is, again, first of all, Matt, thank you for your, professionalism, incredible job that you've done in this, and obviously it's been a tough process for us considering what happened to our fund balance from last year to this year. So I appreciate you going through that, and for us, where we go from here is the most important thing, right? Taking this sort of corrective actions. And what I love that's happening right now is, this is obviously, we talked the retrospective look back from last year, but what I love is that now we've, thanks to Dr. Cortan, and, again, the authority and the responsibility and the accountability of taking ownership, extreme ownership of the budget, which is what management and district leadership should do always. But more importantly, the communication that we're having now on the daily and weekly, monthly, and the Finance and Planning Committee certainly helps with that. Having a conversation, monthly touch points, oversight touch points with district leadership so we can know, because, we never, ever want to have this gotcha moment again, right? This was a extreme sort of gotcha, moment for us, and we can't have any more surprises, going forward. And I know you've already shown us that that's not going to happen. The communication, the integrity that we have now with regards to maintain the budget within, and the fidelity of coloring within the lines and making sure that we don't spend money we don't have, and adjusting the budget based on, enrollment and attendance. Again, maintaining the budget, not overspending the budget, and of course, using one-time revenues for one-time expenses. I think if we can do that from the top down in the organization, operationally, right, senior team, directors, principals, we're going to be fine, especially with these monthly touch points that we have and everything else. And so I think that we still have a lot more work, obviously, ahead of us, and a lot more, we've got to get our head, like the earlier tonight, like our swimmers, their water polo team here. We got to. We're going to start. We got to start paddling real quick to keep our head above the water here. But certainly, I think your look back and the sort of thoroughness and the integrity of your report was critical to this. And thank you for that. And thank you for, we learned a lot through this process as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again. Do I have a motion?
I move approval of the 2023-2024 independent financial audit as presented.
Motion by Dr. Pettis, seconded by Mr. Hymas. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. The next item is consideration of approval of award of proposals and contracts. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, board members, Dr. Okertan. So item 9D is the consideration and approval of award for proposals and contracts for fiscal year 24-25. Included in this item are vendor award for office supplies, local groceries, and miscellaneous shelf products, web-based instructional reading comprehension program, sheet music materials, special education materials, reading and video materials, athletic supplies for baseball and softball, cafeteria art decor for Stewart Place Elementary, and district copier placement for 24-25. All purchases will be made in the best interest of HCISD and on as-needed basis. We recommend approval. Just a bit of a highlight on our copier contract. Our purchasing director has projected savings of over $200,000. So that's a plus in this particular awards.
That's on the copiers?
Yes, sir.
Good, that's great. That's good job on y'all's part for doing that. I just want to make a comment that a lot of these items, all these items are budgeted for. They're on an as-need basis. That doesn't mean we're going to use them all.
Yes.
Hopefully with the, going through our budgets of each department and stuff, we'll end up not having to use them all. So I just want to point that out to everybody. But they are within our existing budget. And then, of course, a couple of them are federal items, which are items that we get outside our budget. So, all right. Are there any questions? Okay. All right. Do I have a motion?
I would like to move approval of the award and proposals and contracts as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Reiniger and a second by
I'll second.
Mr. Liao. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on these items? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next one is consideration of approval of budget amendments, which are on page 45 through 47 of our packet. Go ahead, Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, sir, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Guatan. So item 9E is the consideration and approval of 3 budget amendments. One is for Jefferson Elementary campus. We are redirecting funds for the purchase of maintenance supplies, as well as music and choir. The other amendment, number 2, is submitted by Wilson Elementary for the purpose of maintenance supplies, as I mentioned earlier. And amendment number 3 is submitted by Bowie Elementary for the purchase of mascot expenditures. Again, these 3 particular amendments have 0 impact to our budget because we're decreasing and increasing the same amount to different functions. So it's net 0 to our budget.
All right.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented.
All right, Dr. Muniz has made a motion to approve the approval of these budget amendments, which do have a 0 net change in our overall budget, which is important to emphasize. And do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hymas. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Consideration and approval of monthly financial statements. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan. So item 9 includes our monthly financial statements, which includes our balance sheet for our 3 funds that the board yearly approves on a yearly basis, which includes the general fund, food service fund, and debt service fund as of October 31, 2024. All 3 funds include our assets and liabilities and current fund balance for each fund as of October 31 of 2024. Currently, we're in the process of collecting our tax levy, and our debt service fund will increase as we collect our taxes. We collect the majority of our taxes by January 31st of each year, because on February 1st, they become delinquent and penalty and interest begin to accrue. So that's one. The second report contains our statement of revenues and expenditures and changes in fund balance for these 3 same funds. The report contains our revenue from local, federal, and state sources, as well as the budgeted amount, the original budget, the current adopted budget, and any balances by function for our district for the period ending October 31st of 2024, as well as our projected unaudited fund balance by each fund. As revenue is received, that revenue is being recorded by fund as the months accrue. Any questions or concerns on that particular, on those reports?
Yes,
Any questions?
Mr. Mendoza, a question on the general fund.
Yes, sir.
Item 81, facilities acquisition and construction, the amended budget from 1.7 million to 4.7 million. What was the basis for the increase for that line item?
Yes, sir. So as of as of June 30th of 2024, we have $3.1 million in projects that had not been completed. and those funds were carried over in the month of
That's the
August.
carryover from last year?
That is correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So do I have a motion?
I don't know if he's done with his question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ricky. Excuse
No,
me.
I mean, that's, I would just mention, I mean, we're still, when you compare the spend through to year to date, well, October 31st this year versus October 31st last year, we're making adjustments, right?
So yes, absolutely correct, sir. And when we present the monthly financials for December, I will include the reductions in our operating budget as well.
Okay, but that, I know we've made adjustments, I know we've spent a lot of time
Yes.
and we're tracking, but the spend is still
Yes.
on pace with last year and maybe a little more. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the adjustments have an impact
On
on
our-
the spend.
Yes, sir.
And so that we can try to align. And it's still not showing up on the statement yet.
Yes,
Okay.
I guess sometimes, you make a decision, there's a delay when it comes off the books, right, the expenditures? I mean, but
That is correct.
But it's something we gotta keep an eye on, because
Yes,
until that happens, we haven't done anything yet.
that's
It's-
correct, sir.
It's
Yes.
still staring us in the face here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I do want to point out that every month that we come to you all, we will be bringing in, like, this is what we budgeted, and this is where we are. Here are our actual expenditures, because I think that'll help us to also show that, both here, but in our committee meetings. That's a little different of a scenario and environment, so you can ask more questions. But we'll be bringing that to you all so that you can see our progress that we're making.
Thank you.
I guess with that, I'll move approval of the monthly financials as presented.
Moved by Dr. Pettis,
Second?
seconded by Dr. Muñiz. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. G, consideration for approval of monthly tax collection information. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan. So item 9G contains our monthly tax report that incorporates our tax levy for 2024, which is the following dollar amount: $45,550,884. So that's our tax levy for this particular tax year, 2024. Of that, we've collected $17,535,656.08 for the period ending October 31st of 2024. In addition to that, we've also collected some delinquent tax collections in the amount of $513,874.89. Total tax collections as of October 31st, 2024 is $18,049,530.97. Of that, $14,713,282.65 pertains to our general operating fund, and $3,169,791.60 pertains to our debt service fund. So that, those numbers will continue to increase as we collect our taxes for December, November, and January as well.
Anything further?
Need a motion?
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the monthly tax collection information?
So moved.
Second motion.
Moved by Mr. Leal, second by Dr. Pettis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Matters related to district operations, Facilities and Safety Committee report, Mr. Tapia.
Yes, Board President Powers, members of the board, colleagues, audience. On November 5th, we held a Facilities and Safety Committee meeting. First item we discussed was a school safety update by Mr. Danny Castillo. Gave us a report of their first meeting he held with his new safety committee meeting with his group, and they discussed the research and deployment of handheld metal detectors, and also discussed district's emergency and non-emergency communication structures, which also included the district's implementation of the new Centigix panic alert system. I also gave an update on the ESSER-funded projects. There's only 2 left. One is the controls over at Harlingen High School. We're about 90% complete. And over at South on the new units we did at the Fine Arts area, 6 new units are installed and are about 95% complete as well. Gave an update on the MUST grant-funded project, which is the new amphitheater at Leamings Elementary. This project has already had the foundation poured and steel's already being erected for both the stage and the restroom building. Also gave an update on safety-funded projects, the Emergency Responders Communication Enhancement. It's It's about 15% complete. We're running wires, preparing everything, waiting for the equipment to come in to install it, which is basically our bidirectional amplification system for first responders. Also gave an update on the TRE program. Doors and windows were about 50% complete. Doors have been installed, and now we're waiting for the glass storefronts to come in for South and Houston. Those will be coming in and installed during the Thanksgiving break. And the new locker rooms, air conditioning equipment at South, they're going to arrive sometime during the December break, and will be installed at that time. New marquees, we already started work at Lamar. Marquees going up with the foundation been poured and the steel structure has been erected, and they're now moving over to Bowie to do the same thing. Chiller line replacement at the administration annex, we're working on the second floor. We already completed the east part. Now we're working on the west part. Gave an update on one allowance expenditure for fencing with hurricane fence for $1,519 for some additional work at Travis Elementary. And then Mr. Raymond Mendoza gave a financial report on the TRE funds. At this time, I'll turn it over to our facilities chair. For any additional questions or updates, Mr. Jaimes?
Yeah, no, I just want to thank both Danny and Oscar's teams for their leadership heading these two teams, those wands and those what do you call those again? The little button things. Great tools for our people here at HISD. And Oscar, I think we just heard a long conversation about all the needs that we have across the district, facilities-wise, and what you guys have done over the past few years with what we have. You know, I know you won't take the credit, but it's your leadership and your team have done a tremendous job kind of patching us up, you know, for lack of better words. So thank you for that. Thank you both for that leadership and being able to continue to lead your teams and do what we need to be able to provide the best product for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, and thank you, Mr. Jaimes, for those comments. Our next item is adjournment into closed or executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.082 of the Open Meetings Act for the following purposes: discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff, and discussion of real estate. We are now adjourned into executive session.
That doorbell will be good. The Cardinals
All right, we are back in open session, and we have consideration for approval of employment of teachers and other professional staff.
I'll be glad to move approval of employment of teachers and other professional staff as recommended by administration.
All right, a motion
Second.
by Dr. Reinigers, seconded by Mr. Hymas. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. There being no further business, we are adjourned. Bingo.